Yo, peoples! Welcome back to more Final Fantasy 16. I'm adjusting my pop filter here. Hope you don't mind. Kitty, good to see you. How's everyone doing? Yeah, for me, I'm doing great. I hope you're doing as great as well. We got a couple more side missions to do because we cleared out the side missions that were there in the Dhalmekia Republic. But we still have missions at the hideaway. Also, since it's really hot right now, I had to turn the air down even lower because since heat rises, and since the sun wants to remind everyone that, hey, I'm a great ball of fire, so I'm just gonna burn you up today. Being upstairs in a two-story house means that the heat will rise, which means that I have to compensate for the heat to ensure that upstairs is not roasting everyone, including myself, who spends a lot of their time in one room with the door closed in order to work. So, it should be evening things up, but I got the window out, got the window open so that way the heat can, dissipate while the air is starting to cool down inside. One thing I learned is that, sure, it can be cold downstairs in the nice, cool living room. But when you get upstairs, you gotta put the AC down even lower compared to downstairs in order to compensate. Reached 107 today? Oh joy. Oh goodness, Kitty. You're reminding me of my days when me and my family were stationed in Oklahoma. And your AC broke? I know what that is like. Good. I think it was last year. Our AC unit in our backyard broke, and we had to get my cousin to come over and fix it. But we had to endure like a day or two without AC. And being upstairs, it was a test, especially when I was trying to do stuff for myself upstairs. Mind you, at the time, I didn't go full-time with my channel, and the times when I was doing certain things, I wasn't upstairs for too long because you had to be downstairs because it was nice and cool. So there were moments where I even slept downstairs because it was simply too unbearable upstairs. I can't handle too much heat. Makes me kind of lethargic and makes me kind of sleepy. So I prefer to have coolness. Nothing too cool. So until we had our AC back on, it was like, wow, we have no AC right now. I am so thankful we have a nice cool downstairs, which, mind you, still suffered a little bit of heat, but it wasn't to the point where it was unbearable like it was upstairs. Now, since, it's the summertime is like reminding everyone, like, I'm hot. It's starting to heat up upstairs, so I had to, alter the air just to make sure that the rest of the family is okay. Because me being in one room is one thing, because with the PS5 going, especially when it's running Final Fantasy 16, it can get kind of heated, and it also is hot upstairs, so I gotta make sure that I'm okay so I can do my job. Repairman's supposed to be here soon. Thank God. Thank God you'll be able to get everything fixed. Because when I tell you when the AC was working again in my house, it was like, air, we shall never forsake you again. So, let's go ahead and get these side missions knocked out. And get them all knocked out. And get the remaining bounties that are currently unavailable to me knocked out all the way. 66 all the way. Look, I got it turned. What are the odds? Kitty, that's exactly what I turned the temperature down to upstairs. Cool minds think alike, don't they?
Vivian, I read your note, and I'd be happy to help you find the book you're looking for.
Thank you, Clive. But tracking it down will not be easy. Are you sure?
Please. You have always granted me your wisdom and insight whenever I asked. It's only right that I return the favor. Or at least attempt to.
You are too kind. Alas, what I ask of you is rather more trying than delivering the odd lecture. I spoke with Harpocrates to see if he had any inkling as to where another copy might be found, but perhaps it is best that you hear the details from him.
If you say so.
Forgive me, Clive, for asking this of you. But this book, It set me on the path to becoming who I am today. Its importance cannot be overstated.
Alright, so here's the deal. We take care of the side missions, take care of the bounties, and then make way to back to their origin. Because we are finishing Final Fantasy XVI today.
Ah, Clive, my boy. What a pleasure it is to see you.
Hippocrates. There's something I need to ask you. I've been charged with locating a book called From a Distance.
Then you seek a rare gem indeed. One whose name I had not thought to hear from your lips. You've been talking to Vivian.
Right as always. But she didn't seem keen to tell me very much. I take it she didn't like what you had to say.
And yet I gather it did naught to dissuade her. Clive, if the young professor has tasked you with obtaining a copy, I fear she asks the impossible. The executors would not allow it.
The executors?
Coveters of Secrets. A clandestine organization committed to the collection and intenebration of forbidden texts and technologies.
Kinda sounds like the world government in One Piece.
One such text being the tome Vivian seeks, chronicling as it does the true history of the enslavement of bearers, a tale which could overturn the established order were it ever to become widely known. Or, so rumor has it. I've never actually read the thing, or even set eyes on it for that matter.
How is it that I haven't heard of this organization?
Why, secrecy is the executor's watchword. They lurk in the shadows, emerging only to seize that which must be seized, be it books, inventions, or people, before disappearing again, leaving nary a trace.
Which would explain why Vivian's copy was snatched from her grasp not long after she found it.
By the hand of the executors, yes.
But what drives them? Self-interest or ideology?
A fine question. Sadly, all that is known of the executors can be recounted in a single breath. You may just as soon ask me of their origins, numbers, or the identities of their leaders. Any answer I give would be pure speculation.
Then my hunt was doomed from the first. What was Vivian expecting? That I'd pluck it from thin air?
Not from thin air, no. From ash. Rumors of the executors are rife among the scholars of Storm, but rather less so across the strait. I have a friend. Well, I had a friend in the village of Garnick, a collector of rare tomes, upon which subject we would oft correspond. Alas, I have heard naught from him since the skies fell dark. And no doubt he too has turned. But though he did not mention it by name, it is possible that a surviving copy of From a Distance yet rests upon one of his many shelves, quietly awaiting discovery. If you were, by some chance, able to save even a single book from the poor man's library, I know his soul would rest easier.
Very well. When I next find myself in Waloed, I'll be sure to pay Garnick a visit.
Apologies if I haven't been saying anything. Denim absolutely cannot stand when Mom leaves the room, so he goes on a barking tirade, and that's something I don't want getting into my audio. So let me check on him real quick to ensure that he stops. Poor puppy. Yeah, that, and I feel like it was also his third feeding as well. So maybe that had something to do with the constant barking. But, I mean, he's always like that whenever Mom leaves the room in general. Apologies for the wait. Let's go and make our way for Garnick to find this forbidden book for Lady Vivian. And we gotta head all the way to Elude for it. And I didn't even bother checking the local map to see which part I needed to teleport to make my travel that much easier. Probably would have been wiser. Oh, it's right over there. It's in that section. Oh, we're not far at all then. I tell you what, I can't wait to reach... I think the cap for your first playthrough for the game is 50. And then you can go 50 more in your second playthrough on Final Fantasy mode. But when I hit 50 for this one, yeah, I'm gonna take off the experience booster, simply because ever since I found those items and I gave myself additional XP and AP, I've essentially had myself at a massive handicap because I was not putting on items that could help me better in fights. I just had items on that just gave me more AP and more experience over time. So once I hit 50, I'll finally be able to put on some gear that could actually be of benefit to me.
The entire village looks abandoned. Now, which house would a bookworm live in?
Free potion, thank you very much. Hello? Empty shard. Royal Intelligencer Training Report. In the wake of the tragic fire at Caer Norvent in 873V, and the subsequent depletion of our most highly practiced intelligencers, all mainland strongholds were instructed to redouble training in clandestine maneuvers, improvised weaponry, and assassination techniques, and dispatch promising volunteers to Stonir for inspection. This report details progress made by the stronghold at Garnick in reinvigorating Waloed's rank of esteemed intelligencers. Remember, this Royal Intelligencers, this is where Benedicta was the head of them.
This is a Royal Army logbook. Did he take this from the local barracks?
A complete botany of Banes. Aterfotida, or tail of wyvern, white of flower and black of root, the latter of which gives out an inky gall when cut or crushed. The tribesmen of Northern Storm prick their skin with oaken needles soaked in such, drawing curious patterns about their arms and legs in honor of their heathen gods. The gall is passing intoxicant, that a single drop taken by mouth may result in cramps most painful for 5 days and 5 nights, or if applied to a wound, certain death. So these people are getting tattooed that has a capacity of, giving them immense pain for days, or if it gets into like an open wound, it'll just straight up kill you. Should a slip of the needle end a young warrior's life, it is said that his skin print failed to find favor among the heavens.
His interests were certainly varied.
The folklorist's fabulary. The Moogle! No spirit or sprite appears more often in Valestian folktales than the humble Moogle. Though they are occasionally painted as mischievous souls akin to pixies or imps, most stories depict them as clumsy yet congenial spirits who delight in helping mankind with their daily labors. They are said to have sweet tooths, leading to the common superstition that one must not leave cakes or other sweetmeats uncovered overnight, lest naught remain but crumbs come morning. Strange thing is, we've never seen the mouth of a Moogle, so we don't even know if they actually eat. In appearance, they are described as being covered head to toe in soft white fur, exempting the small dark wings by which they are somehow able to take flight, and the brightly colored pom-poms that protrude from the tops of their heads. And yet, there is one detail regarding the Moogle that most find more remarkable than even the orb that tops its brow: the fact that the creatures actually exist. Preposterous, I hear you cry. Everybody knows that Moogles are the stuff of legend. I quite agree, but every legend has its basis in truth, and in the case of the Moogle, the fact may not be so dissimilar to the fiction. Ancient bestiaries list the white mole whose feet do not touch the ground among the beasts of the realm, and the illustration beside the name, why it is none other than the Moogle. Of course, it is true that the creatures are not known to still survive in the twins in the modern day. Perhaps their miniature wings carried them to other climes. Perhaps they were hunted to extinction, or perhaps, just perhaps, they do still live among us, hidden away far from human view, or at just one location. From a distance, Chapter 16, The Fall of the Bearers. The emergence of the first magic adepts was highly heralded as a gift from the gods. Indeed, the title with which those with the gift came to be commonly known is most likely a contraction of bearer of the heavenly blessing, the wording used by the tribunes of the time. Those born with the blessing were lauded as living crystals and granted high office and plentiful reward for their status as chosen ones. Yep, that's how it started out. They were actually praised. I literally just said this during my playthrough, in like one of my earlier streams. You would think that people who are bearers would be treated better since they are capable of doing things that no normal human can do. And here it is that they apparently were that at the start, and granted high office and plentiful reward for their status as chosen ones. Over the years, this reverence for their kind would become a full-fledged religion led by the bearers themselves, a development that would prove fatal. The divers nations of the time were unanimous of their disapproval of the founding of the church. While the authorities had for years welcomed bearers into positions of power in their own structures of state, they were mistrusting of an organization led by bearers for bearers. Efforts were immediately made to chasten the church and its followers, banning members from holding office, evicting adherents from their homes, and breaking up meeting by force. The church responded by forming a volunteer army to resist this persecution, and yet it continued, creating a cycle of ever-increasing bloodshed and rancor, and a growing rift between those born with the blessing and those without. What began with beatings and street clashes would eventually spill over into an all-out war that consumed the greater part of the twins for nigh a generation and decimated the population of men and bearers both. The deluge of blood that stained the land crimson and left an even more lasting mark upon the minds of the Valistian people. After the bearers' last resistance was crushed, the nations of Valistia came together to sign the Continental Accord that initiated the system of slavery that persists across the realm to this day. Its well-known phrase, bearers are other than human, has its roots in the bitter war of the years before, being the unblessed's only excuse for their calamitous refusal to allow the blessed to decide their own destinies. So now we know the history of how bearers wound up being what they are.
This is it. But if what it says is true, I need to get this back to the hideaway.
Let me guess.
Leaving so soon, stranger.
I guess the executioners have arrived.
We've been watching you. From a distance, so to speak.
Subtle. I know who you are.
Then we need not waste time on introductions. Hand me the book. Leave it in our care and return to your life.
No.
Your care? Do you mean to burn it or bury it?
That is not my decision to make. But by one means or another, its contents shall be removed from the common record.
Then I'll have to politely refuse. I won't let you erase our history.
Then we find ourselves at an impasse. Very well. The book can just as easily be pried from your dead hand.
I don't think you understand what the word easy means.
Let's see, shall we?
You're gonna try and kill a god? That's funny. Kitty, I'm with you. I literally was about to say, I fight gods. I literally fought gods. Y'all blitz me. If you let this happen, this is literally for the enemies the press the attack moment. If they don't stop me, then the attack's gonna go off and they gonna get a piece broken off. I was looking at chat. That's on me. I could use Impulse, but dodging him and then letting him get hit by Mega Flare is so much cooler.
Impressive. But we have other means. We shall claim the book yet.
Why do you want it so badly anyway?
It lays out in no uncertain terms the vanity and avarice of mankind. It tells the shameful history of the persecution and oppression of a gifted few by a giftless many. Would you say that this interpretation was correct?
I don't know.
You don't know. Your sword may be sharp, but your wits are dull. So let me answer for you. There is no correct interpretation of history. That a series of events took place may be proved beyond a doubt. But there can be no single, immutable explanation as to why they came to pass. It is a question of numbers and of belief. If enough people believe that a set of events occurred for a reason, that belief becomes the truth.
So you're trying to control the truth?
We are trying to protect people from themselves, from knowledge that would bring them naught but pain. That is all. You may keep the book, for now. The world is small. We shall meet again. Until then.
Wait! Damn it.
How did you lose him? He was walking. He
Let's
didn't
get
even.
this back to Vivian. Perhaps she can explain what that was all about.
How did you lose him though? He wasn't even out of the gate when you did that. He wasn't even out of the gate when he started walking. How did you lose him? This reminds me of how the Flash loses people in the TV show. Specifically, how does the Flash... Because I've wanted to talk about the Flash as a TV show for a while. But I'm not too big on, like, big videos explaining my opinions on different things, even though I will be making a video concerning a review for Final Fantasy 16, which will probably be my one big review video for my first big review video for a video game. So that's going to be a minute before I get done with the review, but I want to make it and give my thoughts and opinions on the game as a whole. But that's just one thing that kind of bothered me about the Flash TV show. How do you have the Flash, the fastest man alive, confront the villain of the week? Then he gets distracted or he gets blasted back and the person's gone and he goes outside and he's all like, I lost him. And I'm like, you can move faster than human thought. How are you losing anyone? And don't let this person be just like a regular person who has powers that doesn't do with super speed. Like, the thing that bothers me the most about the show is how you can have people who don't have super speed able to get away from the Flash. And I'm like, how? He's fast enough to catch bullets. Yet he's not fast enough to catch people who are slower than molasses. How do you lose people? How do you lose a person who goes out the door and they are gone? They didn't get in no car because ain't no cars on the streets. How do you lose a person who just runs outside and you don't use your super speed to just run around and scan the area to see if that person's still nearby? If they ain't using super speed and they don't have superpowers that can allow them to fly or move faster than the average person, how are you losing this person? Like, you round the corner and they gone. If they don't have the ability to teleport, you should be able to catch them. That's just one thing that annoyed me. I hate shows that nerf a character that is capable of solving problems in a common sense way and then allowing people to get away in the dumbest way possible. As much as I like the actor who plays the Flash, they wrote the Flash for a good chunk of the time very poorly.
You found it. Thank you, Clive. Even though I asked this of you, I was not entirely sure it would be possible. I feared the executors had seized every copy.
I met with one of these executors, and I convinced him to let me keep it. He told me something. That the truth is just a matter of collective belief. And that if enough people believe a lie, that lie becomes the truth.
It does. But it also means that the truth is not immutable. That it can be changed. Provided that those who wish to change it can convince enough people that their perspective is the correct one. As the sad history of the bearers proves.
You said that the book inspired you to become a scholar.
It did. Or its author, rather. She was a heretic, you see. A firebrand and a dissenter. A gallows stood ready for her in every corner of the realm. And by shunning society, or perhaps being shunned by it, she stumbled upon a truth so potent that an entire realm trembled at the prospect of its utterance. I, too, have always felt somehow set apart from the world of men. A stranger to my own species. She taught me that my solitude was not a curse, but a gift. And that, though my journey to the truth might be a lonely one, what I found at my destination would be more than worth the cost.
Do you still feel that way? That you're not one of us?
Honestly, I'm not entirely sure anymore. Since coming to the hideaway, I find my thinking somewhat clouded. Perhaps the result of studying mankind from a rather closer perspective than I had intended. But the more I study, the more I find value in this perspective. In looking not from the outside, but from within. So if you'll permit me, I'd like to continue my work here. Remember, Clive, when enough people believe, belief begets truth. Give the men and women of this benighted world the gift of truth. Make them believe in you, as I do.
I'll try, Vivian. I'll try.
And we can mark another quest done off of our list. Let's see how many we can get done before an hour goes up. Scholar's Bonnet, Vivian's nine-tail scholarly headwear, awarded to her upon the completion of her studies at the University of Canver. Vivian kind of reminds me of Nico Robin in a way, wanting to find out history and everything, and she's the person we come to when it comes to archaeology and the state of the land and pretty much everything. Vivian is basically the Nico Robin of this game. Interesting. Give the men and women of this benighted world the gift of truth. Make them believe in you, as I do. Vivian Ninetails. And I think we got enough points where we can claim those Genji gloves from Desiree. Desiree!
I wasn't expecting you back.
Genji gloves.
You earned this.
Genji gloves! Now we just need to go up a little bit more with our renown, and we have a final reward. And it's a musical role and Fallen Enigma. You would think with the legendary piece, a legendary accessory, it would probably be the last one you get your hands on. But no, it's like the second last. So it's like, oh, okay. Do we have a new bounty? Do we have a new bounty? The Wailing Banshee. Ooh. Cursebreakers came across this creature while searching for survivors near the abandoned village of Garnick. Misled by the abomination's appearance into thinking she might be a local woman, they went to offer their help, but soon it was they who were seeking salvation. The survivors may say that they can still hear the screams, both those of the white and those of their fallen comrades. All right, we'll get that bounty later. Right now, we need to focus on... Oh, wait. We need to go see Torgal. We got to see Torgal because Torgal has... we got to do something for him. We got to help out our dog. But let me see what these Genji gloves do. Increase... What? Increase damage dealt to enemies by 5%. Okay, so this increases XP. And this increases AP. I basically have all the skills unlocked that I want to unlock. So, Genji gloves. Because there's nothing wrong with having a big old nice 5% increase to overall damage to enemies. So yeah, this will definitely be used. This is the first time I'm actually taking off the those accessories ever since I got them. That's the first time I've done that. And Torgal's by himself. We got another quest over there. Good lord, how many side missions are in this game?
First the skies.
Say what you will, Lady Karen has seen us.
Pining for something, boy. What is it? What do you see out there? I never did ask where you got that anklet of yours.
From Sid, that's why. On the day he brought him home.
That long ago?
And you're only thinking to ask this now? Sid saw that the pup had a habit of gnawing on his leg, since you ask. Clap that there iron on him to keep him from doing it.
What was wrong, boy?
I'll take like as not. Must have been hard on the poor whelp losing his loving masters at such a young age. Doubly hard in being a frost wolf, torn away from his icons and all. Sid would always tell him, you want my iron gone, you find what it is you're looking for. I reckon what he were looking for was you.
I'm sorry, Torgal. Sorry for making you wait so long. Let's get that thing off you.
Doesn't sound like he wants it off.
Indeed. You miss Sid as much as the rest of us, don't you? You want me to go with you somewhere?
Quick, aren't you? Glad you've been paying attention.
Not nearly as much as you have, Lady Karen.
Aye, good thing and all. It's not like Gav would have kept him in nuts and rubbed his belly these past 10 summers.
Your kindness is appreciated. You've been a good friend to him.
Only because he doesn't talk back like the rest of you. Go on now.
Where to then, Torgal?
Yeah, I guess we're following Torgal. Oh, Torgal! So I guess we just follow him.
All right, Torgal. Where are you taking me? I'm going to need a little bit more than that, boy. Do you have a better hint for me? Unless... you've already given me one. Back on the rear deck, you were looking west, toward Rosaria. Why don't we try the rookery? I haven't been to the island in almost 20 years. To Port Isolde, then. Fingers crossed the old mooring is still there.
So I guess we're heading to the rookery. Make for the mooring outside Port Isolde. Good thing I got this quick travel there. Wait, are we going to that small island that's right there? Or is it that spot that's right there?
It's still here. After all these years. A lot smaller than I remember. And you're a lot bigger. You might have to swim, boy. I wasn't being serious. This place hasn't changed at all. The rookery's right through those trees. Come on. Race you there? I bet I could still beat you.
You only beat him because he was a puppy.
Here we are. This was our hideaway. Wasn't it, Torgal?
Your boy Clive actually has a treehouse. He has a treehouse. How did Torgal get up there?
Coming here helped me to forget who I was. Or wasn't. Prince, shield. Son his mother could love. Had I been any one of those things? Perhaps. What is it, boy? This is all from the castle. And Phoenix Gate. Did you bring these here?
The last
Sparring sword.
the last remnants of Phoenix Gate.
Well. You never stopped looking for me, did you, boy? Thank you, Torgal, for never giving up, for never forgetting.
Ladies and
Let's take this with us, shall we? So I don't forget either.
ladies and gentlemen, the most loyal dog in all of video game history.
That's not the way back to the boat, Torgal. All right. I'm coming. I think I know where we're going.
Let me guess, we're gonna get a nice view of Rosaria Castle. Yep, it's a nice view.
People always talk about the importance of putting the past behind you. But without it, we wouldn't be who we are today. And we certainly couldn't steer our way to a better tomorrow. Come on, Torgal. Let's go home.
Now that's what I call a successful mission. That was actually extremely wholesome. I like that. I really like that. Charged Sparring Sword and Cavil's Fang +1 increases Torgal's attack potency. Even a legendary king surrounded by the realms of greatest knights and blessed by the very heavens would have found himself hard-pressed to unite the warring tribes of ancient Valisthea. Fortunately, he had the help of his fine and trusty hound, Cavil. Alright, so we did what was necessary here. Now we need to make for Martha's Rest so we can continue these other side missions. And we're making good time, We got 15 minutes left to clear out these two side missions. And then take care of the other ones in the hideout.
Assuming she's still here.
It doesn't still hurt, does it?
Oh, 1,000 Akashic jaws couldn't hurt me. I'm a son of Rosaria, after all.
Okay,
Because
there's...
the heavens have gone to wreck and ruin, it don't mean we have to.
Okay, I need to be searching for Doris over here. She's got to be around here somewhere. Ah, there she is.
It's been a pleasure, Doris. Just like old times.
I'll give your offer some thought, my lady.
How goes the investigation?
Sid, what brings you to Martha's Rest?
You. I heard you were out here on your own, tracking our slaver. I trust you're being careful.
Of course. And it had to be me. The bearers from the Dragon's Eyrie confirmed a long-held suspicion of mine that the slaver we've been tracking is an old acquaintance. She's no fool. If we'd come in force, she would have spotted us straight away, and then vanished without a trace.
That was her just now, wasn't it? So, was it a fruitful reunion?
I'd say so. She tried to recruit me. Seems her time in Rosaria is coming to an end. She's abducted bearers from across the region and is looking to smuggle them back into Sambrek. After her brush with those beastmen on the road to Northreach, she hired herself an Imperial escort, which she wants me to join. She's dangerous, Sid, but I think I can stop her.
Then I'm going with you. I'll take care of the escort. You can see the bearers to safety. Where are they?
The Baum Archers, soon to break camp. You go on ahead. I'll follow once I've sent word back to the hideaway.
All right. We need to journey to Baum Arches. Are they like, are those like fallen arches? And Alt Hill Docks. We can just run over to the fallen arches right there. You pass out, just look at the thermostat, 87 degrees in this house. No! Look, when I tell you, my whole mindset changes when I see the temperature in the house and it is over 77. Because here's the thing, 77 can be cool if the house is already cool. But 77 degrees, if it's hot, it becomes a sauna. Anything higher than that is blasphemy upon a human. Absolute blasphemy. You saying 87 degrees? You saying 87 degrees? I felt that, because I felt that before. Not close to that, but I had 80 degrees. I think it was actually 81 degrees that the house got to at one point. And I was thinking to myself, ain't no way. I can't survive like this. I can't live like this. I cannot live like this. I had to turn that sucker down. Ain't no way. 80-something degrees. That's heat that I don't want to feel unless I'm in the shower. Just stop.
Camp yet. How did Doris come to know a slaver, I wonder?
We've waited long enough. She's not coming. Ready the bearers. We're leaving.
Back to civilization, is it, Mom?
With all haste, lest any of you lackwits start talking like these feckless bumpkins. I presume your men are ready. We've suffered too many delays as it is. Any more and I'll be docking your pay.
Yes, Mom.
Oh, but before you go, it appears we have company. Kill him.
Oh, you just straight up said to kill me. Okay, so I don't feel bad what happens to you, lady. 87 outside and 100, and 87 inside and 100 outside. Whew. I remember when it got to 105 degrees in like in the early 2000s. I remember. How dare you protect him? What? How are you gonna cast protect on him before I kill him? All right, no more mages. No more mages. Who told you to back away? All right, good. The mage is down.
Better
I'm
not,
trying
boy.
to. I'm trying to get like a parry.
That's better.
Forget it. Enough of me being fancy. Die. I need to stop doing that. That's how I get hurt. Me trying to be fancy. If I haven't perfected it, I probably shouldn't be trying to do it.
So much for your escort.
You'll forgive me for not avenging my men. I'm not the swordswoman I used to be. I surrender. Do with me as you wish, Sid the Outlaw.
Sid!
Ah, Doris. I take it you're not here to rescue me from our brooding renegade? You know, I always wondered where you'd vanished to. But casting your lot with this criminal of all people.
Better fighting for a cause than killing for coin. I'm sorry, Sid. I should have told you sooner. This woman, my former master, once trained bearer children to be weapons in service of the highest bidder. She raised me like a daughter, and I did terrible things to earn her favor.
It wasn't all terrible, surely. We had our fun, too. You were always so eager to learn, and had such clever hands. All my other children took either to the blade or to the books. Always either or. But you proved yourself a master of both. That's why I kept you for my own. How about it, my little dagger? Care to swear that blade to me again?
I never swore my blade to you, nor will I ever. I fight for a higher cause, to liberate the bearers of this world. Farewell, Master. Thank you for making me the weapon I am.
You always were a righteous child. Perhaps that's the reason I loved you so.
What do you want to do with her?
I am not the killer she wanted me to be. Not anymore. And she no longer has friends in high places. The Dame does, though. Her connections at the Imperial Court will see that justice is done.
All right. If you're certain.
I am. And thank you for everything. Now, I better let these bearers know that they're safe.
And I should head back to the hideaway and put Cole's mind at ease.
Are we done? Oh, we're back at the hideout. Some time later.
Welcome back, Sid. Doris's message just arrived. I hear you saved more bearers from being smuggled across the border.
With any luck, they'll be joining us in the hideaway shortly. Oh, and your letter. You don't need to worry about Doris anymore.
I'd been hoping as much. She mentioned one or two things in her report. So the slaver we'd been chasing all these months was her former master. Wish I'd known. She's been arrested, by the way, over in Sambrek. Went quietly, or so we're told. And she won't be getting off lightly. The Empire may have no love for bearers, but it's none too fond of black market traders either. Can't have been easy for Doris.
I'm sure it wasn't. But don't worry. She'll be all right.
I hope so. Suppose you should know, eh? You had quite the past yourself before you came here, or so I understand. Anyway, thanks again, Sid. The Cursebreakers would be lost without Doris. And you, of course.
Keep up the good work, Cole.
Quest complete. That's another one done. Alright, now we need to go back to Martha's Rest because we still got that other side mission that needs doing as well. New missive has been delivered to Clives' chamber. But back to, and a new quest is available nearby. The side missions just keep dropping. They just keep dropping. I really hope this doesn't turn out to be yet another side mission stream. Because I really want to finish Final Fantasy 16 today. I honestly feel like I can.
My lord Marquis, is that... It is you. Then you received my letter. I am Sebastian Rutherford, chief steward of your lord uncle's estate.
Of course. We met once before.
Yes, my lord. Thank you for coming.
And what was so sensitive that you couldn't put it in writing?
1,000 apologies, my lord. I did not mean to offend. I merely...
It's all right. Continue.
I am here at Martha's Rest, at the behest of your lord uncle, tasked with learning what I am able of the realm's current state of affairs. And what I have learned is grim. The fall of the Mother Crystals has left Storm in a state of utter disarray. The subsequent darkening of the heavens has only made things worse. Akashic attacks, once unthinkable, are now commonplace. The gears of governance have ground to a halt, and without a steady hand on the tiller, the realm threatens to drift into utter chaos. Your lord uncle, however, believes there is a way to avoid this fate, and is determined to see it set in motion.
That sounds like quite the undertaking.
It is. Hence my having enlisted the aid of several colleagues serving the 7 high houses. Alas...
Alas?
I have lost contact with 2 of those colleagues already. They are both able-bodied and trained in the sword, yet in these dark times, even that may not prove sufficient to keep a man safe on the road.
So you want me to find them? I'll need to know where they went.
One I sent to investigate the Republic, the other the old Imperial capital of Oriflamme.
That doesn't exactly narrow it down. I suppose I'll start in Dalamil and work my way east.
Thank you, my lord.
I
shall pray for your success and safety.
thought I was done at Dalamil. I thought I was done and we're going back. I thought we were done. But no. But yeah, Kitty, I've done like a good 100. It feels like it. It feels there's so many side quests in this game. There's so many of them.
It's easy finding one man in an entire republic. Let's hope someone here's seen something.
A few spicy sausages to put.
So, you're going to join the watch The fellow who used to run this stall took to his heel.
Welcome back, Cedes.
Nothing to report.
Please don't tell me you defeated Ultima. No, because there's still side missions to do.
Himself in trouble.
I mean, I defeated Ultima the first time, but the second time I haven't started yet.
Here, so you can start by giving us all the coppers in your purse.
I already told you, I have nothing.
Then maybe we'll take that pretty outfit and the steel you're wearing.
Please! These men are trying to rob me!
I'll deal with this.
Thank you.
Are you that one's master, then? If you'd kindly pay the coin he owes us, we can pretend you didn't draw your blade on Republican soldiers.
Or you can go back to your garrison and I won't report you to your captain.
Oh, you're more than welcome to. He hasn't had many visitors since we slit his throat.
You shouldn't have revealed that you're bloodthirsty. That protect. Doesn't last very long, does it? You don't know me very well, do he? Ah, look at him, getting that protect only for it to just disappear at that same moment. Juggle him! Zontet skin is wasted on you.
I'd expect as much from Hugo's faithful, but these were men of the fist.
Much has changed in the Republican army since they lost their rock.
You've seen this kind of thing before, then?
Many times. I was sent here to observe the situation.
You're one of Rutherford's men. He sent me to look for you.
Well, then you have my thanks. I fancy I could defend myself against one, perhaps two, but a whole regiment. I arrived in Dalimil several days ago, but when I called upon the captain of the local garrison to make inquiries, his men confiscated my effects and locked me in a cell.
The captain is no more, and his men make the rules now.
Fortunately, I was able to bribe my way free, only to be stopped again by those soldiers you so kindly dispatched.
What of the Fist's central command? Surely they wouldn't allow such lawlessness amongst their ranks.
I would imagine they are unaware of it. Most of the army has fallen back to the capital and hunkered down behind her walls. Those who weren't recalled now rule the fringes unchecked, answering to no one but themselves.
Then it's worse than we imagined. You should return to Rosaria. It's not safe here.
I'll find a caravan heading north. You won't mind if I borrow one of these soldiers' coin purses?
They won't mind.
Not at all. Now, to find this second associate of Rutherford's. If he was bound for Oriflamme, I'll start at Northreach and see if I can pick up his trail.
But see, as you said, you imagine if this was a solo leveling game just like this battle gameplay. All right, so here's the thing. I love the gameplay, and especially the combat for Final Fantasy XVI, but I feel like the combat for a solo leveling game would have to be even faster paced than this. Like, more options. Sure, I got the options like to lunge and everything, but when it comes to Jin moves even faster than Clive. So it would need like an almost instantaneous type dash move, like you would see from the Phoenix. The way you have, matter of fact, you know what? It would be good to have like an example. All right, let's just put in Phoenix real quick. All right, so with the Phoenix, you got Phoenix Shift that can instantly get me there, but that requires a button press. For me, I would prefer if it was in a game, Jin's ability to close in on his enemies was automatic. Like, you would, as soon as you start hitting the attack button, you just dash directly over to them, so it's not like a dedicated button that you have to dodge with. Like, sure, you can dodge normally. Like, I can do, like here, there's a regular dodge button, but when it comes to attacking, I feel like you should just be able to zone in on them. Speaking of, Solo Leveling's Anime Expo dropped the voice actor and updated trailer. Yes, I saw it. Now, people are kind of concerned. People are kind of concerned about there being changes in comparison to the manhwa for Solo Leveling. Because there was a time when people were worried that they were going to change Jin's name to some, like, generic Japanese name instead of keeping his name to the Korean name of Sung Jin-woo. But from the trailer, it shows that they're still calling him Sung Jin-woo, and not that Japanese name they were trying to before. But there is some concerns for people about whether or not this anime is going to stay true to the manhwa itself. So there's that concern.
Good day.
Oh, another item. Ooh, and this is purple too. Yeah, there was a time. Yes, he does. There was a time when people were. There was some rumors going around that they were going to change Jin's name to be some generic Japanese name instead of keeping his name Sung Jin-woo, simply because the anime was being made in Japan. So that was one of the concerns. I don't know if you was there for that conversation when I was going through reading Solo Leveling beforehand or having one of my previous streams, but that was one of the concerns. But it doesn't look like that. That looks like that rumor was completely unfounded, because we are still getting our Sung Jin-woo boy. Highly doubt that they will not stick close to the manhwa. Personally, don't think it can be done. Solo Leveling was just drawn too well. That and the fact that, sure, you can make it look as close as you want to, but, I mean, we lost the artists that could have given the anime team the straight-up direction and advisory. We lost Dubu. He's no longer with us. So, I mean, I'm not saying it's impossible to do it, but those are some very big shoes to fill. There's a difference between manga and manhwa and anime. Some things that are done in a manga sometimes doesn't translate well to a anime scene.
Here you are.
So there are genuine concerns about whether or not they'll be able to pull off the same level of artistry and same level of quality that many of us saw when we were just looking at still image fully drawn and colored pages. So there's that concern for the series as well.
May we meet again.
How did it not also buy the potions?
Certainly. Go safely now.
So yeah, there are genuine concerns about what they'll be able to pull off in the anime and whether or not it'll be done well. Speaking of animes, I looked at the newest episode, the first episode of the second season of Jujutsu Kaisen, and the art style, the animation style, it is different from it's different from the first season, but it's also good though, like really good. Like the motion for the scene is very good. Utahime, Mei look kind of bad though, I'm just gonna be honest. You don't know, some of it looked animated like him versus the bad agent that killed everyone.
What happened here?
If you're with the others, they've already relieved me of my belongings.
I'm not. I'm looking for someone who was sent here by a man named Rutherford.
And then you found him. I'm Alistair Rockford, attendant to the Lady Ariane of House Wellesley.
Of the 7 high houses of Rosaria. It's been a long time since last I saw my great-aunt. Is she well?
My Lord Marquis? Yes. Yes, she is. The Lady Dowager has granted me leave to assist your Uncle Stuart. I was on my way back from the old capital when I saw some villagers being robbed on the road here.
Bandits?
They looked more like field hands, but it didn't matter in the end. I did what I could to help the victims, but all it earned me was a pommel to the temple.
Which way did they go?
South, toward the gate.
All right. I'll take care of them. Founder knows I've met enough of their kind. You head back to Northreach, visit the Vale, tell them I sent you.
Thank you. I shall. Founder be your shield.
Kang Tae-shik? Yeah, I remember him. Man, he was insane.
They just couldn't resist, could they?
You there! Hands off the stuff.
This one's ours, pretty boy.
Nice try.
Hello, there's other people. Why are you focusing on this one dude? There's literally other people. Going back to Jujutsu Kaisen, just watching that first episode, I'm like, man, I want me a good Jujutsu Kaisen game. And I don't mean the one that they're making right now, you know, Cursed Combat or Cursed something. I forget the name of it. A new Jujutsu Kaisen game. The first console Jujutsu Kaisen game we're getting. And it's another arena fighter. It's another anime arena fighter. Just like Demon Slayer, just like Naruto, just like My Hero Academia. Because apparently you can't make any more anime RPG games or anime Muso games. Because One Piece is the only one you can make of it. Or Berserk is the only one you can make of it. Or even Attack on Titan is the only one you can make of it. But no! Let's just confine Jujutsu Kaisen's very first console game to another arena fighter that'll have its audience at first.
Wait for the town while you can. There may be more bandits nearby.
You don't need to tell me twice. Many thanks, traveler.
This looks to be all of them.
I thought I told you to make for the Vale.
And stand by as ill might befall the heir to the ducal throne.
It's just Clive, and I'm fine. Which is more than can be said for you.
I will survive.
Strange that the garrison wouldn't intervene in such a brazen attack so close to their gates.
The garrison have their hands full inside the city. Some days they don't even send out patrols. There are few hands left to work the fields, and even fewer to transport the grain. The market stalls are nearly bare, and the price for what remains is exorbitant. It's not uncommon to see a fight break out over a crust of bread. When I said the ones who attacked me didn't have the look of bandits, I meant it. They were probably just desperate.
Rockford, listen to me. If you are to continue your investigation, you first need to seek the attention of a healer.
Of course. I shall return to Northreach right away. But allow me to thank you first. Had you not happened along,
Don't thank me. Thank Rutherford. It was he who sent me.
I remember the name of it. It's called Jujutsu Kaisen Cursed Clash.
I suppose he'll be wondering where I've got to. I shall send a Bistolus as soon as I'm able. Good day.
My uncle certainly has his work cut out for him. If it isn't already too late. I should go and tell Rutherford that his colleagues are still in one piece.
All right, back to Martha's Rest. Because I want the final moments of this stream to be me beating Final Fantasy. I want the final moments of this game to be me beating this game. Because I'm thinking about it, and I'm like, that would be a perfect way for me to end it. Just beating the game, giving my 2 cents, and then gathering the information I need to create a review on it.
I see you're still here.
The Rest's location affords a constant flow of traders, and with it, a constant flow of information. Speaking of which, I received word from both my associates. They have resumed their investigations, thanks to you.
I only happened to be in the right place at the right time. They both seem to think the realm's prospects rather grim.
I am afraid that grim would be putting it lightly. Storm is in crisis, and if we are to free her, we must work quickly. And we must work together. Such is your Lord Uncle's wish.
As it is mine.
Quest complete. And I don't know if it's just me, but I think I hear storm clouds outside. I think I hear thunder outside. And there's always a sign when there's heat outside, like an extreme amount of heat, and then it meets up with a cold front, that's usually the sign of an incoming storm of some kind. All right, let's go back to the hideout. And here's a feature I haven't really been using. Zooming out the map. This is the entirety of the area that I'm in. And I never really look at it. But back to the hideout. We got some more side missions that are waiting for us. So let's just get it done. We gotta get it done. We're already an hour and 19 minutes in. Dinner time, be right back. You enjoy yourself, kitty. By all means, enjoy. Eat a portion for me, whatever you're eating.
There's something about it. You nearly collapsed back there.
It's glory to Griga. There you are. And not a moment too soon.
What's happened?
Taya's busy working herself into an early grave. Since the arrival of her latest patient, she's refused to stop, even for a moment. I've tried offering to see to him in her stead, but she won't hear of it. Clive, she hasn't left the infirmary in days. She's pushing herself too hard. And if she doesn't rest soon, will you talk to her? Order her to her chambers if that's what it takes. Because if she keeps this up, I fear the hideaway will be without its best physica before too long.
I know better than to order Taya to do anything. But I'll speak to her.
Oh, thank you. I pray you have better luck than I did.
Tears of Mercy.
Well, Taya, Rodriguez worried about you. And if what he says is true, then so am I. We all admire your dedication, but you do need to rest.
I will, when it's time. Until then, I'm staying put. We owe him that much.
Who is he?
Someone from my past. Someone who doesn't deserve to die alone. It won't be much longer. The crystal's curse has almost finished its work. If I had the tears, I could ease his passing.
But without them, we've nothing that will touch the agony of those last few hours.
How would tears help this man?
Not my tears. Tears of mercy. Alicia, it's the only thing strong enough.
You wouldn't, Talia. Surely. There must be something we can do for him.
Sometimes an easy death is the greatest kindness we can offer. You do well to remember that, Rodrigue.
I will. We have all the ingredients we need for Alicia Balwam. It needs to be fresh, though, so we rarely have much to hand. I can make the draft if you can bring me what we're missing.
Just tell me what you need.
There is a species of venom-weeping spider that lives in the forests of Norvent, near Lorbert's Pass. Bring me one of their eyes. Preserve it as best you can, but avoid contact with the tears. I'll make sure the other ingredients are ready before you return.
So we're out hunting spider eyes.
Thank you, Clive. I won't forget this.
You think this is something you would get from killing spiders in Skyrim? And of course it's in an area where fast travel is going to take me out a minute. Ah well, we'll get it done. On the road again. The hideaway has me on the road again. I can't wait to get back and eat down with my friends as soon as I get off the road again.
Rodrigue could have mentioned his spiders would be the size of curls.
Alright, we got the eye. Now we can head back.
Hopefully one will be enough.
One, two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 quests that are still here in the hideaway. And more being added to the missive. So many! But hey, they're giving me experience, which is good.
Thank goodness you're back. Talia looks like she's about to collapse.
Is this what you needed?
Yes, it is. Thank you, Clive. I'm loath to give a patient Alicia, but Taya's right. Sometimes it's all we can do. A single dose dulls even the most agonizing pain, and all other sensation with it. It may be a gentle way to die, but it is death nonetheless. I wish there was another way.
How are you feeling?
Light, mid-here. Drifting on waves.
Good. Just relax. Let the waves carry you to a better place.
Thank you, Taya. I'm so proud of you.
That's her father. That's what I just got from that conversation. That's her dad. Isn't it?
He's gone. Thank you, Rodrigo. And you, Clive?
I'll see that he's properly laid to rest.
The man you helped today was my mentor.
Oh, close.
Southern Isles. On the front lines of some meaningless war. I was still a child when they shipped me to their triage tents to treat the wounded with my gift. But in such blighted lands, I was next to useless. Until he taught me the true physicker's art, that is.
An art we would be lost without.
Tears of mercy were his gift to the bearers of the world. A respite from the agony of the curse's end.
And a kindness Sid would have approved of.
You know as well as I what life is like for a bearer soldier. Marched from one battle to the next, never knowing which might be your last. A commander may care nothing for the bearer spent in his service. But my mentor's gift gave the dying one fleeting moment of tranquility before the end. I've no tears left, Clive. I've seen too many of my friends taken. Something needs to change. And we need to be the ones to change it.
And we will. I promise.
I hope so.
Quest complete. Quest complete. Tears of Mercy. I'm getting so many of these extra materials.
Please, Your Grace, stay strong.
Yote! Oh! You girl, Edda!
Thank you, my lord, for taking me in. Everyone here has been so kind. It reminds me of home.
As long as you and the baby are okay.
My Lord Marquis.
Ask about Origin or Phoenix Heal Thyself.
Yote, is anything the matter? You seem troubled. Perhaps I might be able to help.
My lord. Yes. Perhaps you might. It's your brother. His condition continues to worsen, though he does his best to hide it. The lesion on his chest pains him more with each passing day.
I had feared as much.
There are certain elixirs which can ease the suffering of those afflicted by the curse, but... But His Grace's case is severe. The drafts I have been able to prepare for him thus far have ceased to have any real effect. So I consulted with Talia and certain of my comrades among the Undying about the possibility of finding something stronger. And thankfully, a recipe was found. The only problem being that the critical ingredient is exceptionally hard to come by. And our supplies are almost exhausted. Unless we can secure more soon, your brother's anguish will likely become unbearable. My lord, I know that I have no right to make demands of you. But would you help? For Joshua's sake.
Of course we'll help.
For Joshua, anything.
Thank you, my lord.
So, what is this critical ingredient?
A rare herb by the name of stonerwort. It grows only where the ether is densest. The vigor it stores in its stems helps to counteract the curse. We discovered a patch near the aqueduct in Rosaria. But alas, yet more ether has erupted from the earth there recently, leaving the whole area flooded. The search continues for a new source. One that we might reach without being turned.
So it's only that you can't reach it. The Stonerwort itself is unharmed by the flood.
Well, yes, but...
Then I shall go in your stead.
But, my lord...
You've yet to find another source, correct? So for now, the aqueduct is our best hope. Besides, I'm a dominant. The ether can't hurt me.
Well, if you're sure, my lord. Stonerwort is easily identified by its blood-red blooms. Search around the aqueduct, and you're sure to find some soon enough. I shall remain here and prepare the other ingredients.
This is yet another game where the main character, a person with godlike power, is picking flowers. Alright, let's make 4 3 reads. I keep hitting the wrong button. Okay, so yeah, best we can go is 3 reads, and then make our way over to the greater side of 3 reads from. Alright, this is the way to go. Creature is over there, of which I shall murder.
Now to find our Stonewort. Quixote mentioned blood-red petals.
Of course there's monsters here.
Just my luck. Well, I won't be picking anything till they're gone. There's only one thing for it.
Only one left is Frisch's big boy. Now I can search in peace.
Here it is. Better collect as much as I can before reinforcements arrive. Right. That should do it. Let's get these back to Yote.
Let's just grab everything that's around here. Even though it's really just a whole bunch of extra materials. Back to the hideout. We're doing pretty good. We're doing pretty good. I will, however, try and complete almost all, pretty much the missions that are here in the hideout before I look at the missives.
Yote, I brought back all the stone and water I could find. Will this be enough?
Yes, my lord. Thank you. I'm sure it will serve us until we can find another source.
I'm very glad to hear it.
You and His Grace are very much alike, you know. You think only of how you might help others, and never of the danger to yourselves.
No more than you have minding my brother. You've risked a lot for him, and I thank you for it.
I am honored that you should say so. But I beg you, my lord, do not give too much of yourself for the sake of others. We could not afford to lose you.
I'll keep that in mind.
Quest done, and that didn't take long either. Good, which means we can start another quest and get that out of the way. Oh, right, I just remembered. And another quest just popped up. What do you mean another quest just popped up? Stop that. Stop making quests appear. Stop making quests appear. Okay, let's go all the way up here. I think we need to go around. This connects down here, but I think Litany of Errors. I think we need to go up to where Torgal was. In order to get to that upper area. And since we're heading in this direction,
Trouble with your gear?
let's speak with Blackthorn and forge the Sons of Uroboros, which will give me a sizable defense increase.
Not bad, if I do say so myself.
And there is nothing stronger than that. So, I currently have the strongest sword, the strongest belt, and now the strongest arm braces. Legendaries all around. That's how it should be. Shame you can't upgrade them, though.
That it? Fine.
Mission for Goots. We got a mission for Goots. First things first, we need to take care of this side mission that's up here. And the stairs are on the other side.
Miss Shirley says your book's made quite an impression on me. What do you reckon we should do? I say we should just...
I will not let them be forgotten. Sid, may I have a moment?
Of course.
It is an honor to finally speak with you. My name is Herman. I've been with the Cursebreakers for some time now, and I wish to be deployed to Ash. Any assignment will do.
No. The lands across the Narrow are too dangerous. I will not send good men and women to risk their lives needlessly. Why would you want to go back?
I need to retrieve something. Something important. I was raised in an orphanage. The Badbach Conservatory. Or rather, I was held captive there. It was not a place of nurture. It existed solely to turn bearer children into mindless weapons. We were tortured until we feared no pain. Tormented until our hearts turned to stone. And few ever survived long enough to become tools of the last king.
I can't imagine.
I lost so many. I can't even remember all their names. But they must be remembered. They cannot fade away, faceless and forgotten. The Institute was run with military precision. Every child measured, every name recorded, every death logged with meticulous care. Sid, allow me to travel to Ash and recover the registry so that my brothers and sisters might live on.
Nah, I'ma do it. I like to handle these things personally.
You were a good friend, Herman. But the fact remains that Ash is simply too dangerous.
Sid, please. Even should it cost me my life.
Too dangerous for you, Herman. But not for me. I'll go to Bad Bach and find the registry.
You will?
I won't let you risk your life.
I don't know how to thank you.
You can start by telling me where I'll find this orphanage.
Vida Grace. Hidden in a forest, overlooking the plains.
All right. I'll see what I can find there.
May the mothers guide you.
Of course, it's always all the way on the side. It can never be someplace close by the fast travel. It always has to be someplace where I need to grab a knapsack full of food in order to travel all the way down there. It's all the way out there. You know, Frey from Forspoken wouldn't take this long to get over from this spot all the way over there. It'd only take me like a couple of seconds to get over there. Even with Chocobo, it still takes a minute. But it's faster than walking.
Run like the wind.
Okay, I was complaining for nothing. Chocobo is definitely significantly faster than running on foot.
Orphanage. Hopefully the registry is still here.
And you know what? You know what? Let's change that out. Alright, Pull of Darkness. The Breath of Darkness reduces cooldown time by 4.5 seconds. Welcome back, kitty. We are doing another side mission as we go to this orphanage to find a registry. Still quite a few side quests to do back at the hideout, but we're doing enough. Conditioning a schedule. Also, what we're trying to find is a place where bearers were basically going through Spartan level training as children. Conditioning schedule. Today's exercise will consist of the press yard, 20 sandbags for such duration as instructors shall dictate. The furnace, burn intensity to be gradually increased. And then live combat, 1 to 3 hellhounds depending on performance. This is what they put the children, up against.
Conditioning. This is nothing short of torture.
Badback Conservatory, right of incorporation. The Kingdom of Waloed hereby incorporates this institution wherein juvenile bearers are to be granted the opportunity to give themselves in service to the state as soldiers. Trainees succumbing to the crystal's curse or otherwise perishing are to be disposed of with all haste. So literally, if you show even the slightest sign that you're getting affected by the curse of the crystals, you are to be killed. The graveyard is strictly reserved for the uncursed. Bearer disposal within its bounds is punishable by death, which means that you can't even bury the people that succumb to the curse. They have to be disposed of and taken away. The cemetery is meant for people who don't die from the curse.
Disposed of? Herman wasn't exaggerating. It's a wonder he survived this place. I need to find that registry.
I think this is the registry. I have recently learned that my own daughter was among the children turned to stone by the brutal training I subjected them to. I had not so much as thought of her since handing her over to the authorities as a babe, but inquiries with the military confirmed it. It was her. I have been torturing my own flesh and blood, and now I see her everywhere. Today, one of the children smiled at me in the hope of receiving a few scraps from my table. It was her smile. The smile she inherited from her mother, the mother I killed for giving birth to a bearer. Their ghosts have all come back to haunt me. My daughters, my wives, all of them, all those children. So many have died at my hand. I can bear the guilt no longer. And so, I have decided, tomorrow, I too must die. It will be the last order I give those poor wretches. The last torment I subject them to. I will command them to tear me limb from limb, and enter my accursed corpse beneath the white tree whose crooked hands reach to the sky in supplication. And beside me, my shame, my curse, the record of all their names, all those I have wronged. So we need to find that tree.
This reads like a suicide note. Did the director go through with his plan? There's only one way to find out.
Sure is a good thing we never go up against any children, given how little they care about them. And that's the white tree.
A forked white tree. This must be the place. Could he really be buried here? There's something hidden among the roots. Let's see. This must be the registry.
Badback Conservatory, Registry of Bearer Losses. Hans, 10 years old. Lithification. Alfred, 9 years old, succumbed to conditioning. Franz, 12 years old, lithification. Paulina, 10 years old, emanciation. Bruno, 11 years old, disciplined for attempted flight. Johanna, 12 years old, disciplined for attempted flight. Basically, disciplined and killed because they tried to run. Reinhard, 9 years old, succumbed to conditioning. Marta, 10 years old, succumbed to conditioning. Lothar, 12 years old, lithification. And Dietrich, emanciation, 11 years old. There's no more names after that.
So many names. This place was a slaughterhouse.
Or at least they're too long to list.
Where is the architect of all this misery? It was only a matter of time, I suppose.
The only one left is the heavy gunner. Look at your boy with the parry. I only land these when I'm not trying to.
Nice try. Thanks, boy.
Who told you to try and light me on fire? Who gave you permission to light me on fire? I don't remember saying that to you. I don't remember giving you that permission.
I'm done here. Let's get the registry back to Herman.
Alright, now we can go ahead and bring this back to your boy Herman. Dang it, something stuck in my throat.
Say what you will, Lady Karen has seen us.
What do you reckon we should do? I say we should just tell the ship.
Here you go, Herman.
I hear that you traveled to Ash. Sid, did you by any chance recover the names of my fallen friends?
I did. Yes.
If I may, the bearer registry. The director was a brutal man. He got no worse than he deserved.
The registry was all I found beneath the tree. There was no sign of a body. Nor any record of what happened to the children after the orphanage closed.
I pray that at least some of them survived. All their names are here. The ones we lost. My friends. My light in those dark times. I can still remember their faces, like it was yesterday. Children who were taken from their bunks in the morning, never to return. No explanation ever offered.
They'd be happy to know that you survived, Herman.
But why did I make it out alive? when so many others died in that awful place.
It's not your fault. And blaming yourself won't bring them back. Honor their memory. See that their names live on. That way, at least. They're never truly gone.
Thank you, Sid. I'm going to write a book. An account of the horrors of Badbach, and the spirit of those its custodians sought to crush. All of Valisthea will know of our suffering, and in the name of those I lost, I will not let it happen again.
Neither will I.
These records would have been buried for all eternity, were it not for you. Thank you.
Quest complete. It's a sad story. It kind of reminds me of the process of which Spartans were recruited. Breath of Ice, Mesmerize, reduces cooldown times. Kind of reminds me of the process of which children in the Halo series were inducted into the Spartan program. They were literally just taken from their homes, and doppelgangers of those children were put in their place. So it was like those children were never gone, but the children themselves were taken to be put, like, basically go through the whole process. This whole time, I've been going around when there was a set of stairs that I never used to get to the top. Because, you know what, we're not going to talk about it. We're not going to talk about it. We're just going to keep going.
Sid, I was wondering if you could help me.
It depends what with.
A bearer, but recently freed from his bonds, is keen to join the Curse Breakers. As you know, the work we do is not easy, which is why we test every volunteer's suitability. I was hoping you could oversee this one's evaluation.
I don't mind, but why this one?
Because he wants to be a scout. Our ranks are filled with men and women capable of breaking chains and putting slavers to the sword. But scouting, we're few with the nose for that, which is why we still rely so heavily on Gav. And since he accompanies you on so many of your missions, I thought you might be better placed to recognize the traits in him that we should look for in those who'd fill his boots.
Sounds reasonable.
So you happy to oversee the boys' test, then?
Sure.
One can never have too many scouts.
Truer words, Sid. I'll let the initiate know that you'll be attending his trial, and that he is to proceed directly to Northreach in readiness.
No time like the present, eh?
No time like the present. I'll await you there.
Trial and error.
Northreach. I don't suppose they could have chosen somewhere closer.
Something about the title for that side mission just doesn't ring, you know what, this is gonna work out fine. Because you don't just have a title of a mission called Trial and Error. And I forgot to get my local map so I could see where I'm at. Oh, it's right here. Perfect.
Nazaire might at least have mentioned where in Northreach he'd be testing this recruit.
I'm nervous. Is it alright to be nervous?
I don't care either way, so long as you do as I tell you. Well met, Sid. This is the initiate. Ember, present yourself.
At your service, Master.
Please, just Sid. There are no masters here. Your life is your own.
Oh, of course. Thank you, Sid. The sergeant says you'll be evaluating me at my trial.
To become a scout, yes. You are aware of the dangers inherent in that role.
I am. But I swore I'd face them. Just like the man who saved my life.
And who would that be?
Gav. It was him who found me and freed me. No magic, no support, just one man and his nose. Came and sniffed me out. It taught me what one man can do if he puts his mind to it. And I've been training ever since, so that one day I can be someone's saviour, just like Gav was mine.
I'm sure he'd be flattered. You clearly have good intentions, Ember. And it sounds like you're under no illusions. Stick to this path and you'll make a fine Cursebreaker.
So, what? Have I passed?
You haven't even started yet. Now listen. Not far from here is an Imperial lookout, Eastwatch. The guards there record all their sightings in a logbook. You are to find it and bring it here.
And bring it here, right. Anything else?
No. Sneaking into a heavily guarded Imperial outpost and stealing the logbook would be quite sufficient. You'll need to assess the situation, determine a point of entry, create a distraction and effect an escape, all without being discovered and thrown into an Imperial oubliette.
Ember, Gav isn't our best scout because he can do everything. It's essential that you know your limits.
Know my limits, right. I won't let you down.
He seems too eager. He seems way too eager.
It shouldn't be as dangerous as I made out. But keep a weather eye on him all the same, would you?
On my way. All right, Ember. Impress me.
He seems way too eager at the chance to prove himself, instead of doing what's necessary to make sure he's prepared to even do this matter in the first place. That's the feeling I'm getting from this. So I wouldn't be surprised if we find him, you know, being held hostage because he gave himself away, and we have to rescue him and kill everybody in the camp, which I'm not opposed to because I need the experience.
These are clean kills. Perhaps young Ember really is ready.
These are dogs. But dogs are completely different from humans, who can think tactically. Or dead. Yeah, that's another option as well, kitty.
Or maybe not.
Okay, he hollering. He hollering. He got caught.
Damn it. Ember, draw your sword!
I can't!
Then run! If you want him, you'll have to go through me.
The air's working. Fantastic, kitty.
Nice try.
And it's getting cooler in the house after I set the temperature down. I'm so happy for you. Wait a minute, my Zontetskin is already... My Zontetskin is already at a 4? I just used it, though. Wait a minute. Y'all saw I just used Zontetskin. How did it get filled up that quickly again? Odd, though I won't refuse it. Now about Ember.
Ember, are you...
Oh, he gone. When he left.
Of course. Scouts really are a rare breed. Back to Northreach it is then.
He gone. He done already left. The fact that this man was so... I don't think... See, I told you he was too eager. I told you he was too eager. He thought, oh, it'd be cool if I just become a scout like Gav, but didn't fully realize what that entails. It requires you to, above all else, to be a scout, you need to be brave. And this man folded the moment he got caught. Track him down and beat him. Look, and he ain't even here with Nazir. He's not even here with him. He's gone. He left.
I didn't expect you back so soon. Where is Ember? How did he fare?
I thought I'd find him with you. He must have fled. I followed him to Eastwatch, where I found him being set upon by a wild Avis. He was just standing there. Didn't even draw his sword. I had to step in and take care of things. But by the time I had, he was nowhere to be seen. I assumed he'd set off in your direction, but apparently not.
This man literally dipped. He got scared once by a big creature. And this man just dipped. But he want to be a scout, though.
I'm sorry, Sid. I knew the boy had a nervous streak, but he seemed like...
The right man for the job? I believe this is the logbook you tasked me with retrieving.
Hey? How did you... Don't you tell me you breached the tower while Sid was busy saving your skin.
What? Wasn't that what you asked me to do? To bring the thing back without getting caught?
He has you there, Nazir. And he did it all on his own.
Sid, he
did what he thought was best. And now I have to decide whether I agree.
Of course. We'll await your evaluation back at the hideaway. Don't you leave my sight.
Okay.
Yes, Sergeant.
So, he froze up when it came to a confrontation, but he took advantage of the fact that there was a distraction and got the logbook. That's an interesting way of doing... That's an interesting way of doing that job. Okay, so here's the thing, Cedes. You missed the fact that the dude that says, like, yes, Sergeant, he asked to become a scout, like Gav. And he was given the job of going into an enemy base, slipping in unnoticed and undetected, and getting out with the logbook of that base. As soon as he got there, he got jumped by one of those flying wyverns and froze.
Neither did you, I hear.
He straight up froze, and we had to go in and save him. But apparently, while we were fighting that little wyvern, that Avis, he slipped in and got the logbook. Now, he did accomplish his goal, but the fact that he froze up the moment he got confronted, I mean, I don't know if that's a good trait to have for a scout. You should be prepared for any situation, and this man folded as soon as he got placed in a situation where he could have died.
Welcome back, Sid.
Welcome back, Sid.
Yes. Welcome back. Trip wasn't too much of a pain in the arse, I hope. Truth be told, it was me who suggested roping you in to help with the trial. But from what I hear, things didn't go quite as planned.
No, they most certainly did not.
Does Ember deserve passing marks? Does he deserve passing marks? What say you, fellow crowd? Fellow chat members, does Ember deserve passing marks for completing his trial in a roundabout way, but showing cowardice in the very face of adversity? Okay, so Cires says no. I'm just gonna check what happens. But you to judge, I know. Let's go with no.
When faced with an unexpected foe, Ember froze. He did not run. He did not fight. Had I not been there, he would be dead. It would be too great a risk to send him out on a mission alone.
Thank you, Cid, for your honest appraisal. Ember, you braved the tower and emerged unscathed. Yes, but only because Cid saved your skin. To me, that's no better than being caught red-handed. You failed the test.
Wait, Sergeant. Ember still has much to learn, it's true. And this time he was found wanting. But I'd say he's due a second chance, nonetheless. After all, he did do as you asked.
With a bit of hard work, any hand can be made to hold a blade, and any mind can conquer its fears. But a scout's nose is different. You've either got one, or you ain't. And by sniffing out that log, young Ember here has shown he has a conk and a half. Wouldn't do to waste it now, would it?
Fine. One more chance.
I'll do whatever you ask. I'll spend my days and nights in the pit if I have to.
Stop it.
I'll show you. Just you wait.
We are not moved by words. We're moved by actions.
Brush there, man. But his heart's in the right place. Just like someone else we know. And if you ask me, we've been leaning on him for far too long. That time the curse breakers took some of the weight off his shoulders, I reckon.
It couldn't hurt.
Just don't tell Gav I said so, will you? I won't have him thinking he's been hard done by. Next thing you know, he'll be asking for a day off. Chance would be a fine thing. Back to work.
Forgive me, Cid. This did not play out as I expected.
Things really do these days. But that's why we need men like Ember more than ever. Men who can make the best out of a bad situation. Remember that.
I will, Cid. Thank you.
Quest complete. Bet your parents did you like that? No, they did not. Breath of Lightning pile drive. They did not. But that was like a mentality instilled in me at a young age all the same. All right, so we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We still got some more missions. We still got some more. But we're getting closer and closer. Let's speak to Joshua.
Ah, Clive.
Where there's a will.
Joshua, what's wrong? And don't say nothing.
It's... not nothing. I've received word from Cyril. The Undying have found Father's will, or something akin to it.
His will? How? Where?
In the crypt beneath Rosalith Castle. After Kupka was kind enough to drive out the Imperials, the Undying took the opportunity to recover what relics of the Duchy yet remained. And in the process of doing so, they found a letter from Father.
I'm surprised anything survived down there.
Cyril asked that I join him in Tabor at my convenience. I have been meaning to go, but... would you join me?
Of course we will.
Of course.
You're eager to see the fight, but then again, you're enjoying the game, so take your time. Look, here's the thing.
I'm ready to leave when you are.
Here's the thing. The way I see it, the perfect way for me to cap off my series is if the last thing I do is take on Ultima and his, God Crystal Palace or whatever. I feel like that is the best way to cap off the stream. Get rid of all distractions. And then let us take on Ultima at the final junction.
Your Grace, my lord, I trust your journey was not overly onerous.
Cyril, you found a letter from Father?
Yes, I have it here. If you would do us the honor, my lord.
Ooh, the last will and testament of one Elwyn Rossfield. Let me say it in my best father voice. Did family bring food? No, they didn't. They didn't. I muted because I was saying something and there was noise in the back. Has anyone played Ratchet and Clank? Kitty? I loved Ratchet and Clank ever since I got like a PlayStation demo disc when my family was living in Germany. And this was in the early 2000s. So I had I had a demo disc of Ratchet and Clank on PlayStation 2. And then later on, when we moved to another section of Germany, an old friend of mine from church sent me a ton of games, which included Ratchet and Clank Going Commando and a whole bunch of other games that went with it. And ever since then, I've been a massive fan of Ratchet and Clank. I also have a Ratchet and Clank series on my channel of me playing Rift Apart. By far, the best Ratchet and Clank game. And another game in Insomniac Games' long history of top-tier, S-tier games. Which is why I can't wait to see what they're going to be showing off for the panel on July the 20th for Spider-Man 2. And I can't wait to play Spider-Man 2 as well. Your church is lit. Here's the thing. He was a friend from church from an old church that I used to go to when I was a child. He was still friends with the family, and he sent me a big old, and I remember it was an Adidas or it was a Nike shoebox full of PlayStation games. Some of them I still own. And actually, you know what? Hold on. Let me see. Okay, I think there's one that I have left. I don't have Going Commando anymore, but I do have the third game. A lot of my PlayStation games, when I was young and didn't know any better, I traded over to GameStop when they still took PlayStation 2 games. So some of them I traded over because I was trying to get other games, but some I kept and still have to this very day. Like, I still got my games, Hulk Ultimate Destruction, Jak 3, Need for Speed Underground 2, a Resident Evil 4 on PlayStation 2, Kingdom Hearts 2, Hope you still have them. They got to be worth a lot since they're from the 90s or 2000s. I mean, I still got Game Boy Color games and Game Boy Advance games that no one sells anymore. So, I don't know how much they cost. But let me read this will and testament. We need to move on. My beloved sons, I know that I ask much of you in this coming war, but I see no other way to secure a future for our duchy and our family. Yet even should we succeed in subduing the savages and winning back Drake's breath, the threat of the Blight still looms, and only with all Rosaria striving as one might we at last overcome it. I have made plans to see us through, but such are the obstacles that stand in our way. It shall likely fall to you to continue my work. I know that you have the strength, the courage, and the will to do so. This shall be an arduous inheritance, and so I offer you another, that you might be reminded of the love and the faith that I hold for both of you. Your father, Elwyn.
An inheritance.
It would seem the late Archduke penned this missive shortly before his passing.
The day before we left for Phoenix Gate.
What are these plans he spoke of?
His plans for the duchy, Your Grace. Your father entrusted them to my predecessor, the former bearer of the Burning Quill, who entrusted them in turn to me. The complete emancipation of bearers is their stated aim. But your father's dream did not end there. His Grace also spoke of building hospices to care for those stricken by the curse, and the founding of a new university to further the development of non-magical technologies. With the Blight spreading ever more widely across the Twins, Archduke Elwyn saw this as the only means of securing Rosaria's survival.
He wished to see men and bearers treated as equals. To see centuries of common wisdom overturned. Small wonder he did not think it achievable within his lifetime.
But he thought it achievable nonetheless. Had he not, he would never have written this message. Nor would he have entrusted his vision to his most faithful aides, those who would have stood with you, shielded you from the machinations of the less benevolent personages at court.
It's a pity only they are still with us.
'Tis true that those most loyal to your father were the first to suffer the Duchess's wrath. But one at least remains, and she has come bearing gifts.
What do you mean?
Mayhap it is better that she explain, my lord. After all, the duties entrusted to me by my predecessor extended only to recovering His Grace's will and arranging a meeting with the one who might execute it, or a part of it, at least.
And where is this woman?
She awaits you in the archive, Your Grace.
Thank you, Cyril. Shall we then?
Should be interesting to see who this person is. Also, you say how the dad got killed by that skank. She looks like she would like he would have his guard up. It was a blindside. It was a complete and utter blindside. Like when people are playing the long con, they're willing to go through every means necessary to ensure that the person doesn't suspect them of anything. Which is why, when he got blindsided, he was none the wiser. Because she played it for the long con. Ooh, information in the archives.
My lord, your grace. I hardly recognize you. I am Goditha, retainer of House Rosfield, loyal servant to the Phoenix and his shields. Your father, the Archduke Elwyn, entrusted me with the delivery of a gift. I only hope you can forgive my tardiness in bringing it to you.
Lift up your head, Lady Goditha. You have our gratitude for your service to our house and to our father.
I merely did my duty, as any proud Rosarian would.
My lady, perhaps you could explain a little more? What exactly is the gift you bring?
As I'm sure you know, it has long been the custom for the children of House Rosfield to be presented with certain keepsakes upon their coming of age.
Indeed it has. Our father often spoke of the day when our turn would come.
And had he lived to see it, he would have presented you with the treasures I bear. Matching armbands for you both. Alas, he did not live. Indeed, he was taken from us even before they could be completed. He had intended to claim the Heartstone with which each armband was to be finished himself, but it was not to be. And his gifts remain incomplete.
I see.
It saddens me to bring them before you, as they are. It was your father's wish that you be presented with the finished articles, not these works in progress. But with his grace long since gone, and the stone left unclaimed, I had little choice. You are grown men now, and his house is yours. And while I would not presume to insist upon your claiming the Heartstone in his stead, I know that nothing would have pleased him more than for you to do so.
Thank you, Lady Goditha.
What say you, Clive?
What else? Of course, my lady. May our father's will be done.
Oh, I am much obliged.
Do you know where we might find this Heartstone, my lady?
I do. Though it may be a matter of a good deal more than simply happening upon it. It is found in the bellies of elder griffins, you see. We do at least know where to find one. A certain specimen has made its nest in Titan's Wake, not far from here.
A certain specimen?
You are most perceptive, Your Grace. In answer to your unspoken question, yes. In fact, this is the very same beast your father meant to slay. I have been tracking its movements since you were but a boy. Were you to slay it in his stead, as men of House Rosfield, it would surely make your father proud.
What say you, Joshua?
What else?
We're going on a griffin hunt. We're going on a griffin hunt. I smell a bird. I smell a bird. We can't just shoot it. We can't just shoot it. So we gotta stab it. So we gotta stab it.
Eyes peeled, Joshua.
But also, hi, Psycho. How you been? I know you were here earlier on, but how you been? You been good? Day going nicely? Ooh, it's a griffin with black wings. It's a black griffin! Simmerg! Or Simmer. You do realize that when you having black feathers, you taking in more heat. I haven't faced a griffin ever since I won bounty earlier on in my playthrough. can't escape.
Night night, buddy.
See, it's my own fault for not switching to Phoenix and getting rid of... switching from Phoenix and putting Bahamut back on. That's my own fault for not doing that. Can't see you. Stop that bird. I didn't even see Joshua miss. Joshua, how you missing? Joshua, how you missing? Look, see, Des, I didn't see how he missed the fire fling the first time, but I definitely saw him miss this. Ain't no way. How you my brother? How could you miss? He's big enough for you not to miss. And we got 2 Heartstones. So we got what's necessary to complete this thing.
Is this the Heartstone?
I expect Lady Goditha will know.
How you miss? How you just gonna miss like that?
Thank the Founder you were safe. The Griffin is slain then?
Yeah, I did all the work. I wish y'all could see me shaking my head right now. I'm just shaking my head.
Radiant luster like frozen flame. It is just as your father described it. Thank you, my lord. Your grace. Your father would be so proud.
Lady Goditha, the lapidary is ready.
Thank you, Cyril. I will be with him shortly. If you would excuse me, I shall have the stone cut and set forthwith. The armbands are complete. Pray, take them. They are yours, after all. Heartstone is harder and more enduring than garnet, or even ruby. It symbolizes unwavering will and devotion. And the graven vines encircling the stone represent the unbreakable bonds between you.
It's a message. Father knew we had enemies both inside and outside the duchy. Enemies who would thwart his vision. Only with unwavering devotion would it ever be realized.
And only if we stood together, as Phoenix and Shield, as brothers in arms, only then might those enemies be overcome.
Indeed. His Grace knew the enormity of the task he would entrust to you, his heirs. But this was more than just a message. It was a promise. That he would always be with you.
Thank you, Lady Goditha, for remaining the steadfast custodian of our father's will.
Forgive me, my lady, but There is something I don't quite understand. The Undying told me that after Father died, Mother claimed all of the ducal treasures for her own. Even if the armbands were incomplete, she would surely not have overlooked them. So, how were you able to keep them from her?
Because I was the keeper of the vault. Though I was but a lowly servant, your father spoke to me of his intentions for the bands, of the deep love he had for both of you, and his hopes for your future. In the days before the disaster at Phoenix Gate, I discovered that the Duchess had ordered her jewelry be sent away from the castle. It was then that I knew she meant to betray us. I tried to warn your father, but it was too late. When word of the fire reached Rosalith, I knew my time was short. So I took up the armbands and I fled into the night.
And thank the Founder you did.
Yet my duty to your father was incomplete. Not knowing what else to do, I followed the Griffin, thinking I might claim the Heartstone on its passing. And so my pursuit continued, until Lord Cyril appeared before me. He informed me that His Grace's will had been recovered, and that his sons were alive and well.
Lady Goditha, on behalf of my father and all the people of Rosaria, I thank you for your loyal service.
As do I.
Thank you, my lord. Your Grace, for coming back to us, for giving my service meaning.
The Founder's Grasp. Let's see what this item looks like. I mean, it's not legendary, so it probably ain't gonna get equipped. I'm sorry, but it probably ain't. Look! It gives me more health, but my defense goes down. Yeah, I was about to mention that as well. When she was talking about, like, the Lord Elwyn knew that his sons would need it later in life, and that he made sure that his intentions wasn't known for both of his sons, and he knew how much of a two-timing, two-faced scallywag his wife was. There are other words that can be used here, but I am not a user of that type of vocabulary. And so he went out of his way to make sure that his wife was not involved at all in these armbands being created. And then, when the lady proceeded to have all her jewelry sent away, we knew that this lady was not loyal. Not at all. So therefore, we did what was necessary to ensure that she didn't rob us blind. Elwyn knew. Like, I can't even trust my own wife. All right, time to be secretive. Hilarious.
The bands suit you well. It must be gratifying to finally receive the inheritance that was denied you for so long.
It is. And we thank you for the part you played, Cyril.
If you would permit me to play my part a little longer, might I suggest that you make your way to your father's memorial atop Hawk's Cry Cliff? Let him see that you have received his blessing, and that his vision lives on in you.
I suppose it would be churlish not to. What do you say, Clive? Shall we pay Father a visit?
I think we should. I was hoping to be able to offer him my thanks before we left for Origin.
Your father's helm is enshrined there. It has been since the day we recovered it from Phoenix Gate. I prithee claim it, for it too is a part of your inheritance, and I do not doubt that your father would prefer it in your hands than perched upon some lonely rock.
Thank you, Cyril. Come on, Clive. He's waiting.
Time to visit our beloved father. All the way over Hawk's Cry Cliff. This is the area.
Oh, I knew we were gonna come back to this place for a reason. I went down here when I was looking for the Flan Prince enemy. I was looking for it during one of my streams, and I was like, no, it's not over here, but this place is too out of the way and too significant for us not to come back here. And it turns out we come back here near the end of the game. So, yeah, that comes about full circle.
Unwavering will and an unbreakable bond. Do you really think we're strong enough?
To save the world? Of course. To have overcome Father's political enemies. Of that I'm less certain. Especially knowing what we know now. What Mother was truly capable of. But perhaps these bands would have helped. Knowing he was with us would have made all the difference.
There better not be no creatures over here.
Father always fought for what he believed was right. It wasn't until that night at Phoenix Gate that I realized I had never fought for anything. I always had someone else to do the fighting for me.
No matter how fate conspired against him, he never lost heart, never looked back, never stopped fighting. To me, he was the greatest of men. And I've been trying to live up to his ideals ever since.
We all have, Clive. We all have. And we'll keep trying. Because that's what he would have wanted.
What he would have done himself. Even if it meant standing against the very gods in the heavens.
I shall be borrowing this, Father, if I may. That you might watch over us as we follow in your footsteps.
That's motivation. His father's proud.
We won't lay you down.
Onward then.
Onward. To the end.
And to a new beginning.
Quest complete. Where there's a will. Rusted battle helm. Archduke Elwin's helm, worn during his victorious campaign to quell the Northern Uprising. War is coming, my boy. We must make ready. Which was one of the last words he would say to his son, actually. One of the last few conversations, actually, he would have with his son before the events of Phoenix Gate. Joining hands with Joshua. Joshua has joined Clive's party and will remain with him until departing for Origin. Okay, cool. So now Joshua's going to be traveling with me from now on. Look, bro. Look, I'm the oldest. and I know you're still learning and everything. You're very powerful. You're the Phoenix and everything. But please, please aim so that if someone goes down, you don't shoot a beam over them, but actually hit them with it. Crucial. My life may be in your hands, and if you miss, it may mean the literal end of the world. I'm just putting that out there. Just putting that out there. Don't miss. Whatsoever, don't miss. Ever. Never miss. I'm trying to see if I can see the crystal up in the air from literally any location that I go to, but I guess you can't see it from literally anywhere. All right, let's go back. Back to the hideout. See, you laughing, Kitty, but I'm putting my life in the hands of my bro here. I'm putting my life in his hands. He cannot miss. He needs to make sure he's straight. Don't mess with this. Make sure you precise. How many more we got left? 1. There's a missive here. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's still more. There's still more. There's still more to go. You need target practice. Yes. Just go out to the dock and hit some fish, and make sure you don't miss nothing. Wall of memories. We still got quite a few things to add to the wall of memories. Oh my goodness. We're getting closer and closer to 3 hours. There's so many side missions. Stop giving me missions. There's so many side missions. There better only be one. There's more than one. There's more than one. There's more than one. There's more than one. Making amends. And this is Harpocrates. Here's Tomes. Okay, let's accept that. And then there's another one for Jill.
It's usually me making demands of Harpocrates. I wonder what this is about.
Tale to tell. Then we'll accept the other one for Jill. Poor Q. Look, it's not the fact that it's taken so long. It's just that the longer we focus on side missions, the farther out it'll be before the big end.
If Joshua's worried about Jill, I should go and speak with him.
But let's speak with Joshua about Jill. I mean, hey, at least 5 more aren't popping up whenever we get done with it, so it's not all bad, but at the same time, I have an end goal in sight, and every new side mission that pops up just keeps pushing the end goal further down the road. Just a little.
Joshua, I read your message. You're right. Jill is different. I don't think I'd realized how different, but since we returned from Drake's spine, I felt it more and more.
I suppose it's not hard to imagine why.
She doesn't think she belongs anymore.
And that's why we need to remind her she is still one of us. To let her know that we still need her, now more than ever. That you still need her. But how to do that? When last we were truly close, we were but children.
Of course. Do you remember the time we accompanied Father on his annual tour of the Duchy? And Jill and I broke from the procession to ride up Man's Hill.
To see the snow daisies, I remember. It was the first time Father had allowed us to join him. And when he realized you were missing, he had the entire retinue down to the pot boys combing the countryside.
In the rain. A thunderstorm forced us to take refuge in a grove of oaks before we'd even made it halfway there. It was the Lord Commander who finally found us, and needless to say, he was none too pleased.
Then it seems you and Jill have unfinished business. What do you say?
Man's Hill. It's not that far.
Oh, true. Though I suspect it is also much changed. Little in southern Rosaria remains as it was when we were children.
You're saying I should go and scout the area for bandits?
I'm saying we should first go and see if there are actually still any snow daisies left. What would you do without me, Clive?
All right, make for Man's Hill. Is there a Woman's Hill? Oh, it's right there. Wait, there's a location I haven't discovered? It was right off to... there was a location right off to the side? This whole time? Here be Ross Fields. Visit all... Visit all areas on the world and local maps. So I've now visited every single location.
This is the place, but...
I'm sorry, Clive.
There's nowhere been spared. What do we do now?
We keep looking. Man's Hill cannot be the only place where snow daisies grow.
Perhaps, but... it's the only place I know of. Knew of.
Then why not ask someone who might know of another?
Someone at the backyard. To the hideaway, then.
Back to the hideaway. Back to the hideaway. There's a lot of going back and forth. This makes a grand total of 3 whole streams. A grand total of 3 whole streams dedicated to side missions. With a little hint of story missions, but there's enough side missions to make up an entire multiple streams all on its own. This game is meaty. It is meaty with content. It is meaty to keep you occupied. Nice that they're planting so much more flowers. I remember when this place barely had any greenery at all, and now it's all nice and green and leafy and pretty. It looks nice.
Oh. What brings you down from the heavens, Sid?
I need your advice. Joshua and I are looking for a place where snow daisies grow. Preferably in abundance.
Snow daisies. Then you'll want somewhere not too hot and not too cold. And where the winds are strong enough to carry the seeds. I reckon Man's Hill would be a good place to start. There in the Royal Meadows, perhaps? Both have similar climbs and the right elevation. If the Blight hasn't claimed them yet.
Right. Thank you.
Did you learn where we might find our flowers?
The gardener here mentioned the Royal Meadows in Sambrak.
The fields beyond Northreach. Well, if that's the case, then Yote was right. I recall that she kept the record of our travels, you see. So I asked her if she'd perhaps noted anywhere that snow daisies grew, and she mentioned Oilefeist Bay.
Whose shores border the meadows. Off we go then.
Alright, so now we're going to the Royal Meadows of Sandbreck. I'm being serious, I'm trying to get through all these side missions so I can bring this finale to a close. It's just like right there, but the game is all like, no, more. We need you to play more. We don't want you leaving just yet. You should 92. You shall stay with us forever. Continue playing Final Fantasy 16 forever. We shall never let you go. That's literally how it is. That's how it feels like.
Those things didn't fight like men. Fly, Ambrosia.
Nope, I ain't trying to get no confrontation.
Where do we even start? start?
Yote mentioned the coastline. We can start there.
Oh, I see flowers, but I also see creatures.
Look, brother. Do you see them? I do.
And now you all die.
And our friends.
Woohoo!
What do you see, boy?
Ever watched a new Marvel series? Do you mean a Secret Invasion? I have not.
Let's hope this is the last one. Only one way to find out.
I have not watched it.
Slow.
Hey. Get away from the flowers. Here we go. What do you mean new enemies are approaching? Who told you to call friends? Who told you to call friends? See, no one told you life was gonna be this way. Your club's a joke, you're broke. Your whole life's DOA.
Finished.
Yeah, I did get hit in the head. He did knock me upside the head. But I got what I needed, and that's all that matters.
That was harder than I expected. But Founder, it was worth it. They're beautiful.
Do you think Jill will like them?
She'll love them. Come on. Let's go.
It appears my work is done. The rest, as they say, is up to you. Well, you and the skies. We wouldn't want another thunderstorm now, would we?
Time to find Jill. And bring her to the window by the flowers. Imagine old Batman come in that area and be like, this yard looks a mess, and mowed it down. The grass is too high. Didn't I tell you to cut the grass? I told you to cut the grass, didn't I?
Jill, there's something I'd like to show you.
There is? And where might this something be?
It's, not here. Now, I know this is sudden, but how would you fancy a trip to Oriflamme?
It's supposed to be 7 p.m., but it don't look it.
There are so many. This is what you wanted to show me. I don't know what to say.
You don't need to say anything. The smile on your face is enough. We've been worried about you, Joshua and I. Do you remember when I took you to Man's Hill? Or tried to?
How could I forget? You saw me crying and thought a change of scenery might lift my spirits. In the end, it earned me a nasty cough and a stern scolding from your mother. But I felt wonderful nonetheless.
I'm sorry. I had no idea what I was getting us both into. But I couldn't bear to see you like that.
Before we left, my chambermaid told me she'd overheard your mother talking about my marriage prospects with some of the noblewomen at court. They were debating whether it would be more profitable to marry me off to one of the high houses instead of saving me for the ducal line. No one thought to ask me what I wanted. I was nothing to them. A pawn at best. I felt so trapped. So lonely.
I didn't know.
But I wasn't alone. You were there. Your hand in mine as we ran for those oaks. And I knew then, no matter what happened, I would be all right. I'll never forget that feeling.
No, the sun's not blazing. It's kind of cooled down a little bit, but nothing too major.
Before we broke camp, the morning after the storm, do you know what I did?
No? What?
I slipped away from my governess to climb the tor. And from there I saw a sea of petals, all reaching for the sun. And I realized that no matter how terrible the night, dawn would always come. That you would always come for me. And you have. Again and again.
Where do you see us? When all this is over?
Don't know. Not here, though. I think I've outgrown the twins. After everything we've been through, the realm just seems so small. I'll need some space to spread my wings.
Then that's what you'll have. And I'll stop at nothing to see that you do.
Applause.
I never was
was much good at garlands. But it'll have to do.
I'll treasure it forever.
Thank you, Clive. For this, the flowers, for everything. It's exactly what I needed. You are my treasure.
I'm glad we're having these moments. These are such good moments. In other news, you are level 21 in Cyberpunk? Nice! Just remember what I told you. Don't get used to armor being on your clothes. So, sure, invest in them to help you survive the game.
Getting back. I expect the others are wondering where we are.
You're right. There's still much to do.
And we'll do it together.
Quest complete. This, by far, was a fantastic mission to do. Snow Daisy Garland, a fragrant diadem, hand-woven by Jill from flowers picked on the shores of Ovieleafist Bay. I never was much good at garlands, but it'll have to do. And then Shiva's Kiss. Ooh! Song of Winter, Autumn Gone. From Frosted Lips, Oblivion. Northern Nursery Rhyme. Reduces Diamond Dust cooldown by 7.5 whole seconds. Ooh, that's nice. Jill. I must say, this is quite the gift you've given me. Joining hands with Jill. Jill has joined Clive's party and will remain with him until departing for Origin. So, where's Joshua? Joshua, where you at? Where you at, Joshua? You're supposed to be with me, too. You're supposed to be part of the party. Torgo's here. Jill's here. Where you at, Joshua? Why you hiding? But yes, Psycho, don't get too used to armor. And try not to go overboard with the cyberware, because you could wind up with cyber psychosis. Well, cyber psychosis when the overhaul drops. No missions. Okay. Now we speak to tomes. I told y'all this stream is not ending until we do all the side missions here at the hideout, and one by one they're getting less and less, which is good. It's very good.
Lawsman Harpocrates, I received your note.
Ah, yes. I expect you're wondering what this is all about.
You spoke of making amends with Dion, but I can't imagine what for.
Then I should begin by telling you that I was once his tutor. This was some years ago, of course, before I joined Sid in his hideaway. At that time, I was counted among the foremost scholars of Oriflamme, and was accordingly invited to the palace to supervise the young prince's education, all to ensure that the future emperor had a firm grounding in, well, everything an emperor should. History, religion, commerce, government. Alas, our time together was cut short when Dion left to join the Dragoons, his studies no longer being deemed necessary. I had not expected to meet with him again, least of all here.
Have you spoken with him?
No, I have yet to find the right moment. His Highness always seems so preoccupied, especially when alone. I would not wish to disturb his ruminations with idle words of greeting. Not when I know he dwells upon the evil Ultima had him commit in the Dominion.
The guilt weighs heavily on him, I know. But as you say, that was Ultima's doing. Surely you can't blame yourself.
When I first met him, it was not guilt, but his people's expectations that weighed heavily upon him. And I did nothing to ease that burden. He bore it alone, until the day he could not bear it any longer. It is one of my greatest regrets that I only ever offered him my wisdom, when what he truly needed was friendship. The blame for Dion's transgressions lies not only on his shoulders, but on mine.
I see. I'm ready to help you in any way that I can.
Then I beg that you bring me a wild wyvern tail. Apothecaries across the ages agree that even to glimpse such a flower is to be granted inner solace. Fabulists and fraudsters all, of course. But there is oft a seed of truth to be found where even the most outlandish opinions align.
Well, it can't hurt to try. Where can I find this flower? And how will I know it?
You have seen cultivated wyvern tails before, I trust. The lily-white blossoms from whose roots the poisonous ink for the brand is distilled. Well, those which grow in the wild differ only in their purple hue. The harsher the environment in which they are raised, the deeper the color. There is a waterfall in Rickmal's Roost across the strait, where the flowers once grew in abundance. Whether they still survive there, I know not. But try as I might, I can find no likelier location.
It's all right. I'll find you a wyvern tail one way or another.
Thank you, Clive. And please, be safe.
Question, how come y'all never ask for stuff that's nearby here in the hideout? Oh, I need you to bring me a drink. Oh, I need you to bring me a book. Hey, can you go fetch my shoes from the other room? They're very important. They were my mother's, and she wanted me to carry them with him as a family heirloom. How come it's always stuff like, oh, I need you to go 55 miles south, then kill this large creature that has already killed 5,000 people, bring me its tooth, and then I shall give you information about 5 years ago. I'm like, what? And of course I gotta run through the murky swamp in order to get to this spot. Of course. We're getting closer, though. We're getting closer. We're getting closer. I mean, am I wrong, kitty? Am I wrong? Y'all asking me to bring y'all all this stuff that is far out there. I'm the only one who can do it? Did you ask Gav? Did y'all ever ask? Y'all got people out there who can work. We got people who can work. And I'm the only one who can go out there to find this stuff? Am I really the only responsible person in this entire place that can be counted on to do this stuff? Now I know I'm doing it because of gameplay reasons, but I'm like, you have a whole hideout full of people who do the tough job of trying to free bearers from their masters so that they can live free, which is already a dangerous job in and of itself. But you mean to tell me I'm the only one who can do literally everything of value? Like, what were you doing before you thought to ask me to get this for you? Now, Tomes, I can understand. He's old. He can't go traipsing across these areas where dangerous creatures can just tear him limb for limb. He's not Gandalf. He can't do any of this stuff. Nah, it's gotta be that dude that kills gods to bring him a flower. Look, I was just thinking about God of War from 2018, where Freya was asking me to pick a flower for her, and I'm like, I'm the God of War, you got me picking flowers? Now, I laughed at Kratos then, too. But it's like... Oh, you're all here. Good. Okay, so Joshua wasn't there because of the mission. You don't have enough reflexes for it, but you bought a legendary implant called Heal on Kill that instantly restores 10% of your health when you defeat an enemy. That comes in handy. That definitely comes in handy. Sorry. I mean, killing an enemy and getting health back, it's very useful, especially if your armor is not that great. You need 18 reflexes to use it. Reflexes is good because of how it enhances your critical damage. Now, for a while, I thought like one of the best skills to use was Cold Blood. And mind you, Cold Blood as a skill is very useful, and increasing your cool is very useful as well. But I started thinking like, maybe there's certain builds that don't exactly need it. So maybe I shouldn't dedicate too much time to it. So I've been reevaluating how I do builds now, because for me, for some of my builds, they require a lot of skills into engineering and crafting, specifically the engineering tree. That requires, hold on, let me mess with stuff. Some of my builds require that I use that so I can create better guns that I can upgrade over time, and also get access to certain mods for your cyberware that you can only get if your crafting ability is high. So I tend to, for the most part, make it so that my crafting ability is at least, I want to say 16, because you need 16 in your engineering ability or techno ability, your tech ability, so you can be able to craft legendary items. Or at least have access to being able to craft legendary versions of items. And as you level up your crafting, which already is a trial in and of itself, then you start to be able to make mods that you can't get in stores. Like, for example, there's a mod called a heat sink mod for my Sandevistan on my One Punch Man build that I have, where it basically makes it so that slow time for the Sandevistan, which would normally take at least about 15 or 12 seconds to expire, would only take 3 seconds if I had 3 legendary versions of the heatsink. Unfortunately, however, that requires that I'm going to try this out and see what it does. That requires that I get my crafting all the way up, and it takes a minute for crafting to be, you know, it takes a while. But crafting is important if you're trying to make incredibly dangerous weapons and incredibly useful armor.
Seems this place has been flooded twice over. Purple flowers blooming next to a waterfall. Shouldn't be too hard to find.
There we go. But one thing I like about Cyberpunk is that even if you don't use certain things for a build, if you happen to level those things up, you can take the perk points for them and then put them towards something else. So even if you come up with a build that requires a certain perk point into something else, using other items that can get leveled up at the same time can then be, can then be used to give you additional skills that lie outside of your build, so you can make it even more viable.
Nice try.
You thinking of doing Ultima this stream? Don't want to miss the whooping? Okay. I do want to beat Ultima. I do want to beat Ultima. You know what? Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to make a separate save and then go and face Ultima. So that way when I beat him, I can go back to the previous save I have so I can complete any remaining side missions. Because I really want to beat Ultima and because I don't want this stream to go on too long. So I don't want it to go too long in my attempt to take him down. I know I will be beating Ultima this stream, but I just don't know the length of all the remaining side missions, how quickly they're going to go, which is why I'm trying to kill everything. I'm not going to bump the difficulty down so I can make this easier on myself because that would just be too easy. Omae wa mou shinderu.
Here they are. Might as well pick enough for a bunch, I suppose.
But I will be defeating Ultima in this stream. That's not even a question. That's going to happen. It's just that these remaining side missions take time. And I really thought I was going to have like a good chunk of them done, but each time I complete one, there's still so many more left to do, and it's like, this could take me a minute.
Oarsman, I found the flowers you were looking for.
You did?
I think I did.
Because pretty much, so far, it's been 3 hours and 26 minutes of me doing side missions. That's how it's been. It's been 3 hours and 26 missions of side missions, and I don't know how much longer it's going to go. And plus, just in case it starts to get late for you or whatever, Kitty, I don't want to keep you up or anything of that like that. Because I want to complete all the side missions, but like I said, I don't know how much longer it's going to be. Because you got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5... and then 6, and it's like, y'all don't have any easy requests? I just got an idea. Accept them all, and then just go one after the time, one at a time. No, wait, wait. Let's not talk to Uncle right now. There's Gav, Molly.
Here, you put me in this situation, Clive. You can bloody well get me out of it. I need a hand with a recipe.
Are you sure it's me you're looking for? I'm not much of a cook.
I'm all the cook will be needing, thank you very much. What I want from you is a little of your time, right? Oh, and perhaps your sword. You remember Ivan's stew?
Accept all the missions. Do all that's necessary for the missions.
And that awful stench.
Then turn them in.
Wolf it down. So I thought I'd try making one of these supposed masterpieces myself. Had a peek at the book and gave it a go, but, well...
It wasn't as straightforward as you'd hoped? Ivan had the same problem.
Yeah, but this is my blooming kitchen, and I will not be outdone. So if you don't want to be seen as playing favourites, I suggest you lend me a hand.
I've never been one to play favourites, Molly. And I would be only too happy to lend you a hand. So, what's on the menu this time?
A fried mortress of skyworm. That's one heck of a name, innit? Recipe seemed easy enough to an old hand like myself. Thought I'd followed it to a T. Only, turns out skyworm livers and drake's mint are not what I thought they were. At least I hope they're not, given the rancid mess they made.
Ivan said the recipes in the culinary pilgrimage date back centuries. Who's to say the ingredients even exist anymore?
Well, that's a question for a scholar, wouldn't you say? Perhaps you know of one? Kindly old fella who walks the
I gotta
shelves,
keep to my word. I gotta keep to my word. If I said I'm gonna do all these side missions, I gotta keep to it, regardless of how long it's going to take. I can't go back on it. Because then it would be like, I'm just dragging this out. I gotta do them all. I gotta do them all. The only thing I want to conclude the stream with is us taking on Ultima. I gotta get rid of these side missions. There's no other way. There's no other way. I've made up my mind. We're doing them all. We're getting rid of all of them.
Fine. I'll go and speak to Harpocrates. Perhaps he'll know something. And if he does, I'll see if I can find your ingredients for you.
You do that. Lest we forget, you've got a reputation to uphold.
My decision is final, and that's what we're doing. Let's talk to Goots, get his mission started. Then talk to Gav.
What am I gonna do?
Is everything all right, Goots? You seem more discomposed than usual.
Oh, I don't know what that means, but I'm in a bit of a muddle. Oh, I think Nan might be in trouble, and she's...
It's all right. You can tell me.
There was a trader came by. One of our usuals, like. Said he'd heard some rotten rumours about her down Dallymill Way. Folk are saying she's been selling to bandits and cutthroats and that. I mean, she's fond of a chance to make a coin or two, aye, but she'd never do business with baddies. Especially not the kind who go hurting people who haven't done out. I wanted to ask her about it myself, but I'm scared she'll give us a tongue lashing. She'd never give your tongue a lashing, though, would she?
Don't worry. I'll speak to her.
Oh, thanks, Clive. You'll let me know what she says, won't you?
Of course. I'm sure it's all just a misunderstanding.
My mind is focused right now. I know what needs to be done. No more talking about like, there's so many. Just do it. Just do it. No excuses.
You alright?
Something troubling you?
No more than usual. It's just... Etta's baby will be coming soon, and I wanted to make something for it.
I'm sure she'd like that.
Back in the north, families would always make gifts when a bairn was on the way. Yeah, I'll let the little tykes know they were welcome in their new homes, like.
So, what's the problem?
Well, the problem is that Etta's due any day now. And I don't know if I'll be ready in time.
Is there anything I can do to help?
You know, there just might be.
All right then. What exactly are we making?
A good luck charm. But not just any good luck charm.
Not just any.
No. One made from the feather of a silver chocobo. There's naught luckier in all the realm, or so we used to say back home anyway. Thing is, they're hard to come by. Had Otto and Karen check with their suppliers, but nothing. I'd try and track one down myself, only...
Only the big day is fast approaching. And that's all you need, a feather.
That or the bird whose oar sits attached to, aye. I was gonna start by asking around with traveling traders plying the northern borders.
Well, there's no shortage of those passing through Martha's. I think I might make that my first port of call. I'll let you know if I find anything.
You're a good friend, Clive. I won't forget this.
Alright, Psycho, you say you're planning on making your Cyber Ninja have a Wolverine type of healing factor? Okay, so for that, I would suggest investing some points into body, because there are a lot of skills that will give you faster regeneration, such as, for me, I dealt with this earlier this morning because I was doing a couple trophy runs for Cyberpunk earlier this morning. And there's a skill that essentially makes it so that your health regeneration is not interrupted whenever you're hit. So if you're getting shot at, you're still regenerating. Think of it like Kirito during the first season of Sword Art Online. There's a skill that allows you to heal even while you're being injured or being hurt, and one that speeds up your healing when you're in combat or when you're moving. There's a lot of skills that will give you that Wolverine level of regeneration that you're looking for, but it's going to require some investment into body. So if you can get your reflexes, your cool, and your body stat up to like, get your body stat up to maybe 16, and then your reflexes to like that one level you wanted it to be at. 18 reflexes, so you can use the heal on kill, and then possibly get your cool to about 16 as well, and you'll still have some points left over you can invest someplace else.
Seems there's no escaping her. She found some way to send me a letter. And something else. Records from a Waluda prison. Seems they were keeping a lot of bearers there.
How did she come by such a thing?
Finding bearers always was her strong point. And it seems the cells of Balmung Dark are full of them. Foreign captives, the masterless. Bearers no one would miss. And even better for her, bearers with no one to look after them. When ether started lapping at the walls, the jailers fled.
Leaving the bearers to be liberated by whoever happened to come along next.
Sid, I'd like to believe that I've earned your trust by now. And while I'm well aware that you've forbidden Cursebreakers from traveling to Waloed, I can't let those bearers die in their cells. I'd rather risk shipwreck on the Shadow Coast than leave them to starve.
We'll be needing the Enterprise if we're going to navigate the Narrow.
Does that mean...
I'm making an exception, but we travel together. And we stay no longer than we have to. Ash is an inhospitable place at the best of times. We save as many as we can, and we leave.
Thank you, Sid. There was a name in the prison register. A name from my past. Chadwick. Another of my former master's protégés. A gifted soldier, and the closest thing I had to family. The thought of him held captive in that place.
He must be very important to you.
He was. Is.
Then we find him.
The entrance to the prison lies in the shadow of Ravenwit Walls, just beyond the portcullis. We should head there as quickly as we can. I only pray there are still bearers alive to save.
As do I, Doris.
Alright, one more mission to accept, and it's your lady all the way up. And it's your lady all the way up inside the bookstore. Nah, that and Uncle Byron. Y'all have such long explanations.
Sid, perhaps you can help me solve a mystery.
I can certainly try. Who's gone missing this time?
It's not who, but what. Mid-scales, the ones she made for her workshop. I borrowed them to teach the little ones about weight, and shortly after the lesson, they vanished. My first thought was that they'd taken them off somewhere to play, but when I asked, they swore they had nothing to do with their having disappeared. Which almost certainly means they had everything to do with it.
Perhaps a visit from Sid will jog their memories.
I think it just might. Thank you. I don't like to imagine that my pupils would lie to me. But if they have, I'll have no choice but to discipline them accordingly. They were in the atrium when I last saw them. As always.
This was the shortest explanation to start a mission. Why can't all of them be this short? All it took was a minute of her time just for her to explain what needed to be done and for the mission to start. And it's all like, oh, so you can have missions that don't take 45 minutes to explain.
Clive, my boy! Rutherford informs me that we owe you our thanks. Hadn't intended for you to get involved, but such are the times we live in, huh?
I would have done the same for anyone else.
You're far too modest, Clive. You'd make a terrible nobleman. But tell me, is the realm truly in as dire a state as Rutherford suggests?
From what little I saw, you were right to be worried.
I suppose I should have expected the worst. But I was rather hoping the great and good of the realm might have things a little more under control. Alas, it seems that firm leadership is in short supply these days, and without it, the people are bound to lose their way. We must move quickly.
But where do we start?
True, the challenges that face us are many.
But in my estimation, there are two key areas to be addressed before any other. The realm's armies and her larders. As you've seen firsthand, it's every man and woman for themselves out there. Certain cities have banded together to try and maintain some semblance of order, yes? But such cases are few and far between. And yet, the only remedy for the chaos that faces us is unity. A unity that transcends even the borders laid down by our ancestors. In short, if Storm does not stand together, she will fall apart.
But how would one even begin to unite the realm?
The armies, my boy. As I told you already, we begin by restoring order among the ranks of those sworn to maintain it. Sadly, I doubt I could convince even the lowliest gaggle of privates to dig a latrine together. But I do know someone the High Commanders have been known to listen to on occasion. Field Marshal Eugen Havel.
I thought he was retired.
He was, until an Akashic army tore through Randalar and killed most of the rank and file. There is no man alive more capable. Literally. And as luck would have it, I've already spoken with him on the matter.
Of course you have.
And he's agreed to help. On one condition. That he first speaks with you personally. Havel has always been a man of frustratingly rigid principle, and he has certain qualms about clasping arms with, well, with an outlaw. I extolled your many virtues as best I could, of course, but the old goat was adamant that he be allowed to appraise you in person. You don't mind, do you, my boy?
See? This is the 45-minute explanation I was talking about.
Of course not. As long as chaos reigns, we will never build a better world. I'll do whatever it takes. And if the Field Marshal wishes to speak with me in person, then so be it.
That's the spirit.
I'll leave for Randalar at once. Would you send a Stolas?
Of course. Rutherford is already in the Dalmekian capital. I'll have him tell Havel to expect you forthwith.
Excellent. Thank you, Uncle.
No, thank you, Clive.
Finally, all side missions in the hideaway have been started. So first, we go to Dion. Then we go to the cook lady.
Your Highness, would you do me the honor of accompanying me?
No. It is time, then.
No. Only to the shelves. Our lawsman has something he'd like to give you.
Master Harpocrates. No. I dare not show my face before him. Not after everything I have done. I have taken countless innocent lives. And ruined countless more. All because I was weak. I have sworn to atone for my crimes or die in the attempt. But were I to meet with him again, and see in his eyes what I have become, I fear that my resolve might falter.
Then that is all the more reason to do it. Test your resolve. Prove to yourself, and to him, how strong it truly is.
You are right. I must, at the very least, offer him my gratitude. Very well, then. Take me to him.
Follow me.
At least we don't have to escort people like Assassin's Creed. 'Cause, good God. That game is famous for making you walk slowly in places you're so used to running through.
Even now, I hesitate to approach him. What must he think of me?
You'd be surprised.
Master Harpocrates, pray, accept my apologies for leaving your tutelage before my studies were complete. Your lessons opened my mind to a world quite unlike the one I had imagined from within the gilded confines of the palace. And I shall be forever grateful for the efforts you made to enlighten me.
Lift up your head, Your Highness. The deeds of youth require no apology. That you took the time to visit me says much about the man you have become. Now, there is something I would like to show you.
Is that a wyvern tail? The color is unfamiliar to me.
Because it is unique to those found in the wild. Something in the harsh environments in which they grow lends them this striking hue. Their roots are indistinguishable from those of their hothouse cousins, but once they bloom, the difference is immediately apparent. In this flower, I see you, Your Highness. Its roots were the roots of a wyvern tail, with all that implies. But they do not define it, just as yours do not define you. I want you to have it, that it might remind you of this truth.
Master Harpocrates, I would ask of you a service. Keep your gift until I have fulfilled my duty to the realm, for only then shall I be deserving of it.
As you wish, Your Highness. I shall await your return.
See, what I get from that is that he says I shall await your return, even though Dion speaks as if he has no intention of doing so.
Our roots do not define us. No wonder my stepmother didn't like him. For reuniting me with memories I had thought long lost.
Seal of the Dragoons?
I shall not forget this.
Thank you, Clive. Were it not for you, I fear I might never have found the right moment to speak with him. Not to mention the wyvern tales. I shall plant their seeds, that I might not disappoint His Highness upon his return.
I hope the soil in the hideaway is to their liking.
Why, these flowers bloomed in the bleak, black wastes of Waloed. I'm sure Nigel's yard will suit them to a T. When it comes to expressing one's gratitude, I find that words are seldom sufficient. Here.
What's this?
A stolas quill. Or more precisely, my stolas quill. 'Tis said that an owl's feathers are steeped in the wishes it hears over its long lifetime, all those words just waiting to pour out onto the page. So consider this my wish for you. That one day you may put down your sword and pick up that pen.
Well, when that day comes, I'll certainly have a lot to write about. Thank you, Harpocrates. It shall have pride of place in my chamber.
Quest complete. This was a nice side mission. This was nice. This was extremely nice. Stolas Quill. Lordesman Harpocrates' best loved writing implement, whose nib has scribed many a learned tome. And Bahamut's Mercy. Reduces Gigaflare cooldown time by 6 whole seconds. Doing these missions gives me items that reduces the supers of all icon abilities. Nice. Hold on, we were supposed to talk to Harpocrates for the cook as well, so we still need to speak to him.
Lordesman Harpocrates, I've come to pick your brain if you don't mind. It's about the book you lent Ivan.
Ah, Valisthea, A Culinary Pilgrimage, a classic. One of my favorites, in fact. The young man did a wonderful job with the Chance's stew. I do hope we shall be able to sample more such marvels in due course.
That's actually why I'm here. I don't suppose you know where I might find skyworm livers and drake's mint.
Ah, so the fabled Sanbriquois delicacy is next on the menu. Delightful. The descriptions of fried mortress never fail to make my mouth water. Now, skyworm is a somewhat antiquated name for the wyvern, their ground livers being the paste from which the mortress is made.
Dragon livers. How very Sambriquois.
One would have thought the disciples of Bahamut would have a touch more reverence for their icon's brethren, but apparently not. I believe the specific dragon the recipe demands is the blueback wyvern, said to be the very color of the sea beside which it resides.
So we know where to look for our liver. But what about the drake's mint?
Saint's bonnet in contemporary parlance, a herb which grows along the North Reach coast. I gather that one can locate the cheerful yellow flowers by their heady scent alone, so I'm sure you'll have no trouble finding them. I may add that people once believed game was best served with the flora that sustained it in life, in which regard fried mortress of skyworm is undoubtedly a typical dish of the time.
Meaning that if I find one, I find the other. To Northreach, then.
Best of luck, Clive. And do save me a bite once the dish is complete.
Speaking of food, once I'm done with this stream, I'm getting me a big meal. Simply because, since I had like a big breakfast, it's pretty much sustained me all day. So once I get done with everything, I am going to... eat.
How's business?
Not nearly as foul as the weather.
You're doing good trade, then? Both in and out of the hideaway?
Can't complain. Wait, what exactly are you getting at? Not once in 5 long years do you pay my affairs half a care, but here you are today, raking me over the coals like a bloody popoto?
Just asking. Out of interest. All right. I'm here because I was told that certain rumors have been circulating. About you selling weapons to brigands.
Oh, are ya? And who was it who knows me so well as to tell tales of my evil exploits?
I didn't exactly hear firsthand. All I know is that someone in Dalimil has been spreading word to that effect.
And what? You believe it? You think I'm profiting off the blood of innocence, do you? Look, I've done things I'm not proud of. Might be there were a time when I turned a blind eye to the wretchedness of the world so I could line my pocket. But that woman is no more. And you'd know that if you'd ever paid the slightest bit of notice.
You're right, Lady Karen. I apologize. It was wrong of me to doubt you.
Aye, it was. Now, I reckon you've got better things to do than pointing your do-gooding finger at a poor old woman.
Of course. Good day.
Goots, you done got me in trouble. Goots! You done got me in trouble.
I spoke with Lady Karen.
What did she say?
That the rumors were unfounded, and that I was a fool for thinking they might hold any truth, along with some other things that made her feelings clear. And while it sounds like she may have done things she regretted in her past, she says those days are behind her.
Oh, well, that's good. I knew Nan wasn't caught up in out bad. But why would people say she was? What did she ever do to them?
Don't drag it out.
Right.
No, it's not. But people do things for all sorts of reasons. Perhaps we'll never know.
Well, I'm going to find out.
No!
That trader, he said they were all talking about her in Dalimil. So that's where I'm going. I'll find someone who'll tell me, you'll see.
Are you sure that's wise? Whoever's spreading these rumors means Karen ill.
Oh, right. But that's why you'll be coming with me, isn't it, Clive?
I suppose it is.
And so it goes. Alright. On balance, we need to go over here and find the Chirins. Locate the Chirins and where they put that little balance thing so we can at least clear out the mission here in the hideout. Then we'll do the missions that are spread out there in the... different regions. Oh! So many side missions!
What do you reckon we should do? I say we should just tell Miss Shirley.
You'll get us all straight. I'm telling you, I can fix them.
Sid!
Hard at your studies, I see. And what is that? It's not a set of scales, is it?
No. Of course it isn't.
Well, not anymore, it's not. Oh!
And just how long hasn't it been one?
We're sorry.
But we didn't break them. We dismembered them.
Just like Miss Mididol showed us.
Miss Mididol? And why would she have you dismembering her creations?
Because that's the only way to become a ninja-neer.
Miss Mididol said, the best way to see how something works is to take it apart and put it back together again.
Well then, your work is already half done. Carry on.
About that.
The taking apart was easy enough, but it's the putting back we can't work out.
Speak for yourself. The heavy thing goes at the bottom. Then...
You three need to learn to take responsibility for your actions. So let's have a look at these parts with fresh eyes, shall we?
Chirins!
All right. Everything here was once part of Miss Mididol's scales. Every piece has its own role to play, and each is just as important as the others. If even one of them is missing, the scales won't work. So let's think about what those roles might be. You already know one of the pieces, the body. Its role is to support everything else. But what of the others?
Alright, let's look at all the pieces.
This is called the arm. Why do you suppose that is? It doesn't look much like an arm.
You're right. It looks more like a wing. Like a chocobo wing!
You've ridden a chocobo before, haven't you, Sid? Will you teach me to ride one day?
Focus, boy!
I'll think about it. Now, what do arms do?
Hold things. So wait, maybe this arm holds things too?
Good thinking. You're on the right track. These round parts are called the pans. You all know what a pan is, don't you?
I do. Molly uses them in the kitchens to fry bangers. But these aren't for frying bangers, you idiot. They're for weighing stuff. But what if I wanted to weigh Goots? I don't think he'd fit on that little thing.
Probably not.
What are the chains for? Holding the pans up?
Well spotted. Which means something must hold the chains up in turn. This tiny piece is what's called a cogwheel, or gear. Have you ever seen one before?
I have. Miss Miradol's dungeon is full of them. Most are on the floor.
She puts them in all her inventions. They spin round and round and round and round and...
That's right. They're very useful when you want to make things move. Do you remember if there was anything on the scales that moved?
I remember the arm moved when I tried weighing an apple. And then somebody ate it.
It's not my fault. You shouldn't have tried weighing it before lunch.
We know what part's supposed to move and how it's supposed to move. So, let's put the pieces together first, see what doesn't move, and then stick the cogwheel to that.
Not a bad idea. You see? It's not so difficult. So, now that we've taken stock of the parts and learned what they do, what do you think?
I think we've got it.
Then here's what we'll do. You tell me what goes where, and I'll put the scales together.
Well, obviously you need to start with the body. All the other pieces fit onto it, don't they?
And the arms go on the body, just like real arms. Or wings, if you're a chocobo. And then the arms hold the pans by the chains.
Very good. Let's see if that works. Ah, all finished.
Yes! We did it!
Well, with Sid's help.
Oh, I just put the pieces together. It was you three engineers who showed me how.
That's right. We're Miss Miradol's hares.
Her hairs?
Yeah, hares for the future. She's showing us her secrets now, so we can help out the hideaway when we're older.
What do you think, Sid? Are we almost ready?
With a little more help from Miss Miradol and Miss Shirley, I'd say it won't be long at all.
You hear that? It won't be long.
Until then, though, do try to be honest with Miss Shirley.
Hey, look! We never used the cogwheel.
You don't think Sid forgot about it, do you?
Just like the Nick show, figure it out! But now to report back to Miss Shirley. Then we gotta head out and do these other things. We're almost done. We're almost done with the side missions. Then nothing will stand in our way as we take on Ultima. And apparently his giant kingdom floating in the sky. Because that's a whole section of the world he literally ripped off of the ground. Kind of reminds me of the Psycho Sorochi fight in One Punch Man, when she used like this super large beam that pretty much sliced off a ginormous portion of the earth during her fight with Tornado.
Well, did you solve the mystery?
It was as you thought. The children had the scales, or the parts of them at least. They dismantled them to see how they worked.
Oh, no, Mid will have my head.
Thankfully she won't. This might even have been her idea. Although I was the one who ended up teaching the lesson.
I'm so sorry, Sid. I know how busy you are. I shall see that the children are properly punished.
Please, there's no need. Mid seems to have taken the 3 of them under her wing. She's even calling them her heirs. She'd have them follow in her footsteps. And her father's.
I see. Sid, do you know why Mid has been spending so much time at the hideaway of late?
She told me it was because her studies have been interrupted by events in Canva. Is that not true?
No, it isn't. The university offered her a commission. In exchange for full tuition, room and board, they asked her to oversee the design of several new war engines. To anyone else it would be an opportunity, but to Mid, who lost both her parents to war, it was a bitter pill. One she was none too keen to swallow. But that should come as no surprise. She's only ever cared about bringing people hope. The very last thing war can be said to do.
Which explains her heirs. She's working to give them a better life. And so should I. What's the odd engineering lesson?
Ah, you've given them far more than that. And I'm sure they're very grateful.
Quest done. 1 down, couple more to go. And the experience keeps going up. Nice. Black Blood and Gilbug, which will help us with money. A new quest is available nearby. What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? Why? Why would you do this? Why would you do this to me? Why? No!
And how might I help the garrison today?
Oh, you love to see it. Hey, you completed a quest. Here's another one.
But I'm trying to do stuff!
We press on, we press on. We do not deviate from our present course. And I see the quarry.
Good girl. Apocrates said I should be able to find what I'm looking for somewhere nearby. Bright blue dragons and bright yellow flowers. Should be easy enough to spot.
So these look like yellow flowers. There's our dragon, which means that the flowers are all the way back there in the distance. Let's kill it.
This must be our wyvern. Right. Let's get this over with.
Soil and stone!
Ice Age! Raptor liver, dragon talon. All right.
That's the wyvern's liver. Now I just need to find the herbs. Bright yellow with a heady scent.
There they are. There they are. I see them. They're right over there.
I think that's everything Molly needs to resurrect her recipe. Better head back.
All right. Now we're going to go to another location. Get that mission done, so that way all we have to do is just head back to the hideout. There's so much content in this game, so many side missions. So many side missions.
I knew I was right not to give up.
Ginger and ginseng.
How about a few spicy sausages to put?
So it shouldn't be too hard to find goods.
So now we have a bearer as a mare.
You there? How would you like some
Could be I know something more. What's it worth to you?
Clive, listen! I found someone who says he's heard the rumors about Nan.
Have you?
Go on. Tell him what you told me.
All right. It's like I said. A wizened old crone by the name of Karen's been selling steel to whoever will pay her price, be they knight or knave. Says the more swords and spears she puts in people's hands, the more war they'll wage. And the more war being waged, the more call for swords and spears. And who will they all turn to keep them in steel? Why, the good Reaper herself.
And you've seen this Reaper at work?
Aye, it just so happens I have. You'll find her right here plying her trade most days.
Here in Dalimil? Where exactly?
She has a stall here in the market, but if you're not the patient type, you can probably find her at her storehouse on the edge of town. But it'd be a bolder man than me that braved that particular nest of vipers. Feeling bold, traveler? I hope so, for your sake. Now, if that's all, I have places to be.
You ain't going nowhere.
Kept you.
You gonna be here when we get back.
You don't think Nan's the Reaper, do you?
Not unless she's discovered the secret of how to be in two places at once.
Eh? What do you mean?
Lady Karen hasn't left the hideaway in weeks. So who has been running this store he spoke of?
Good question. I'll go and have a look.
And I'll visit this storehouse on the edge of town.
All right, but be careful, Clive.
You too, Goots.
Is that the storehouse? That's relatively close.
You there? How would you like some fresh Gizal greens? 2 bunches.
Oh, so that's how you pronounce it. Gizal.
So now we have a bearer.
I thought it was Gissel. I thought it was Gissel Greens. Or Gisseldring. Or Gissel Greens. But it's Gizal.
You're going to join
How about a few spicy sausages to put in your
ginger
pot?
and ginseng, pimento.
The bandit problem may be done and dusted.
Time to brave the Viper's Nest.
Just you, is it? Thought I might have laid it on a bit thick.
It was a fairly unconvincing tale. So, what now?
That's up to you. Die a slow death, or a quick one. Boys, he's all yours. But that sword is mine.
Oh, you poor fools. You don't know what I went through to get this sword.
Leave now and we can pretend this didn't happen.
You don't know what I went through to get this sword. That's a lot of damage. Not even Flex Seal's gonna be able to keep those wounds closed. What? Excuse you? Who told you to heal your friends?
It's over.
And he's out of there. You still...
Oh, you've done it now.
You still want my sword?
Tell me what I've done.
When the Borgwyn finds out you've killed his men, he'll have your head.
Who?
He only wanted that bull of a manservant, the dim one always clinging to Karen's skirts. You weren't even supposed to be here. Who the hell are you anyway?
What were you going to do to him?
The Borgwyn wanted him to get to Karen. I was only supposed to point the lamp in the right direction once he arrived in Dalamil. But then you turned up. Well, go on then. If you're going to end me, end me.
You're not worth the effort. Now be gone, before I change my mind.
Fucking coward!
I need to find Goots. Right now.
So you gonna curse me out after I give you a chance to live? I got half a mind to run up behind you and stick that sword you wanted so much right in your back.
Get your filthy paws off me, you naughty painted lout!
Stop calling me names! And stop spreading them horrible lies about Nan!
Well, that will be easy enough. For they are not lies. Every last word is true. And she must pay for her crimes in blood.
Blood?
Goose, are you all right?
He's gonna kill Nan! He said she had to pay in blood!
After what she did, it is only right. She ruined my life and the lives of countless others. That loathsome harpy's very existence is a crime, and I will not allow it to continue. Goots, was it? I have no quarrel with you. Only with your employer. Run along now. You need not pay for her sins.
No.
No?
I don't care what she did. I won't let you hurt Nan. Promise me you won't hurt her, or I'll kill you myself!
Goots, no.
Enough, all of you!
Uh-oh.
But how did you?
You're a sight less clever than you think you are, the pair of you. Did you think I wouldn't notice the two of you slinking off together? Well, the whole thing got me thinking. who in Dalimil might bear me a grudge, and a certain snivelling shit I ran afoul of in my fairy years came to mind. Though it was just Bogan back then, wasn't it? I thought the years might have taught you some sense, but I see you're the same pants-pissing craven you've always been. What was it we called you? Wet legs?
You bitch! Everything that happened, it was all your fault! And now you'll finally pay for what you did to me!
Goose, you...
If you want a piece of Nan, you'll have to go through me.
Let's go, Goose!
You great galoot. Out of the way, I can handle this myself. So, wet legs, you remember what you told me when we last met? An eye for an eye. Wise words, Sam. Wise words. And now, it's time to collect.
Oh, is Wet Legs the one that took Karen's right eye?
Sorry to keep you waiting.
Is he...
Dead? No. But I reckon he wishes he was. It isn't easy going through life one eye short of a pair. After all, I should know.
You don't mean...
Oh, don't tell me you didn't notice. Lost it to old Wet Legs back when we were working the same routes. Said I'd stolen from his strongbox. I'd done nothing of the sort, mind. But that didn't stop him taking his little revenge. So I took some of my own. Sorry, lost everything. His coin, his clients. Always knew he'd be back one day to claim his due. But he crossed a line dragging poor Goots into this. He didn't hurt you, did he?
No, Nan. Still got all my arms, see? Legs too. But what if he comes back again?
What if he does? First we take the other eye, then we work our way down. He'll learn his lesson soon enough.
I like
Something
Karen.
tells me the Wet Legs has learned it already. Right. Let's get you back to the hideaway. You've attracted quite enough attention already. Ta-ra, Clive.
I like Karen.
Remind me never to cross you, Karen.
She was incredibly intimidating.
Safe. That's my boy. You grow up strong now.
All right, so that's everything that's in. No. Three's Company. All right, that's another thing that needs to be taken care of. Speak with the merchants in Martha's Rest. Yeah, so let's go to Martha's Rest. There's a mission there. And then there's a mission over in Ravewit Walls that has to do with Doris. We're getting closer to finishing these. We're getting so very close. I told y'all, I'm not going to stop until I finish all these side missions. Because when I think about it, I am not going to come back and try and do side missions after I finish the main story. I feel it would be a far better send-off if I do everything first and then finish with the final missions.
Excuse me. I'm looking for something.
Oh, well, then I'm your man.
A silver chocobo feather.
Oh, or maybe not. Though you're not the first to mention the bird around here. There was a man stopped by the rest not long ago claiming he was attacked by a silver chocobo near some gutted hovel not far from Eastpool. Most took him for a braggart and a liar, but who knows? Perhaps there was some truth to his tale.
We'll see. Thank you.
Alright, who else is trading over here?
Just because the heavens have gone to wreck and ruin, it don't mean we have to.
How do, traveller? You've the look of a man who could do with a new whetstone. Or perhaps a bawdy etching of the Vicerine.
Maybe another time. I'm looking for a silver chocobo feather.
If that's the case, rumours are all you're likely to find. No one has seen a silver chocobo for years. Word is they were all hunted for their feathers. Some northern nonsense about bringing good luck. Didn't bring them much, nor their bows. If any are still out there, I reckon they'll be doing their damnedest not to be discovered.
You're probably right. Thank you anyway.
Why not get a feather from Ambrosia? She's a silver chocobo. No, the merchant's gonna be outside. There's this dude, so more than likely the person's down here. Right.
Build a barricade so sturdy, even
Yep, there you are.
Can I help you with something?
You wouldn't happen to sell silver chocobo feathers, would you?
I deal in fruit, not fancies. But if it's fancies you're after, I suggest you try Rhiannon's ride.
Was a silver chocobo seen there?
Oh, yes. If you believe the ravings of a madman.
It wouldn't be the first time. A silver chocobo sighted in the hills near Rhiannon's Ride. It sounds almost too good to be true. But since I'm already here...
Yeah, since I'm already here. Ambrosia, can I get one of your feathers?
Can hardly make it.
Ignoring you.
Bandits for a change. More tracks. And these look fresh. The chocobo was here. And recently. Perhaps it still is. I don't hear anything.
Feather!
Well, I'll be damned. It's all right. I'm not going to hurt you. Just borrowing a feather for my friend. Thank you. Let's get this back to Gav before they change their minds.
All right. That's another item we can bring right back to the hideaway. So if we go to our journal, nobody's tool, and then 3's company. Meet Havel at the gates of Randala. All right. So we can't track these anymore, but we don't need to prioritize them because they're already prepared to be turned in at the hideaway. So now we just need to focus on these two. All right. So let's go to Randala, and then the last place will be over in Waloed for Doris's mission. We're making good time, so to speak.
Do you see that too?
Papa?
What is it? Oh, please. Just make it stop. I'm scared.
Good girl. Fly, Ambrosia.
This is also perfect running music.
It can't be Rutherford, can it?
Turncoats and cowards, the lot of you! If it's a fight you want, it's a fight you shall have!
Allow me.
I don't need your...
Please, Field Marshal, oblige him.
This won't take long.
You're right. It won't. Men, finish him.
Just to correct you, in order to say the word finish, you mean you've already have me in a state where I need to be finished. But I am currently not in a situation where I can be finished. You are, though. And now it's just you, bannerless commandant. You didn't last long. Joshua, Jill, finish them.
A little longer than I'd have liked. Field Marshal Havel, I presume. Are either of you injured?
No, my lord. You arrived just as our escort turned on us.
Fucking traitors. I'd heard reports of soldiers in the outlying regions abandoning the oaths they swore. But I hadn't thought the corruption had reached so close to the heart of the Republic. It's a fucking disgrace. Your interfering old bastard of an uncle tried to warn me, of course. My lord Marquis, or is Sid the Outlaw more to your liking?
Call me what you want. It doesn't change who I am, or the urgency of the message I bring. My uncle has a plan to right the realm, and he needs your help to see it through.
Before I agree to anything, I'd have you answer one question. What do you stand to gain from all this?
I won't deny that I might benefit from further chaos. But I seek a new beginning for all of us. And while the choices I've made may not always have been the right ones, I know I made them for the right reasons. For so long, so many of us have been told how we could live, how we could die, when it should have been our decision all along. Now we have a chance to put things right. But in order to take it, we must stand together. Even if it be beside those with whom we don't see eye to eye.
Certainly not the words I expected from an outlaw. But perhaps your uncle was right. You are no ordinary outlaw. I'll never hear the end of this. All right. I'll start by ordering my most trusted guard to bring the Dalmekian fringes under control. Next, I'll make contact with my counterparts in the Imperial Army and see if I can't convince them to try and restore order in their own territory.
Thank you, Field Marshal.
But they are not the only ones we will need to convince.
What do you mean?
I don't doubt that I can bully some sense into a few generals, but those they answer to require a different kind of persuasion. And when it comes to honeyed words, well, we will need an envoy. One who can court even the most stubborn of statesmen. You, perhaps.
I'm flattered. But I'm no diplomat either. And I have other problems to attend to. What we need is a skilled arbitrator. And I may know just the person.
Is that so? And would he happen to be an outlaw too?
Of a different kind, perhaps.
Well, beggars can't be choosers. I suppose we'll all have to find a little of the outlaw in ourselves if we're to make it through this. Very well. Send your man to me right away.
I shall.
My Lord Marquis, your Lord Uncle bade me escort the Field Marshal to his manor in Port Isolde.
And I will see that my associate joins you there.
Very good, my lord.
An envoy. I'm not sure I'm the man to talk anyone round. I can barely convince my brother to take his medicine. No. This is a job for someone with experience.
What about Vivian? She seems to be very knowledgeable.
I hope I can convince him at least.
Oh, Quentin's good too. Yeah, Quentin's a good choice too. But we need to head to another location in order to do this. Journey to Balmung Dark. And then speak with Quentin in Galton Bales. Galton Balls. Galton Bales. I can't even say. I can't even. Moving on. Moving on. Thought I had to say it with an accent. Golden balls. It's golden bales. Quentin, I need your help.
Quentin, I have a proposal for you.
Do you now? Something tells me you'll be asking more of me than a cask of Gotand gold.
Oh, it's
Go on,
Goten.
then. Propose. You'd have me convince the chiefs and chamberlains of the realm that they should simply swallow their pride and do the one thing that has proved impossible for thousands of years. Was there anything else? Perhaps I can fetch you a meat pie as well.
I know it's a lot to ask, but I can think of none better suited to the role.
And you'd have me give up what little I have left to do it. I told you, Clive. The people of Lostwing are my family, and I cannot abandon them. You'll have to find someone else.
I'm sorry to hear that.
So am I.
And why might that be?
What he's asking. How's it any different to what you've done so far? They want you to speak for those who can't speak for themselves. That's what you do best. If it's the vineyard you're worried about, we'll see that the grapes are picked and the tons filled. You know we will.
It's not that.
Then what is it? You said yourself we're family. Don't you trust us?
You know that's not what I'm...
Then what are you saying? That only we are worth saving? Why turn your back on everyone else? You convinced us we could build new lives for ourselves, and if you can do that, who's to say you couldn't convince the entire realm?
A stirring argument. I fear that
Did you miss it? No, you did not, Kitty. I'm trying to finish these last missions and turn them in. There's so many missions, Kitty.
Where do you need me?
There's so many
Field
missions.
Marshal Havel will want to speak with you in person. He's currently in Port Isolde. I can arrange for a party of Cursebreakers
actually,
to accompany you there.
It's not even a matter of there being so many missions. It's just that there's so much talking in between trying to get these missions done that these missions are getting really dragged out.
That would be very much appreciated. I hear the roads are far from safe these days.
Hopefully not for long. My uncle wants
But I don't want to take on Ultima until you are able. Return to the hideaway and speak with Byron. Okay, that's done. That's done. We only have one more mission that's out here that I need to take care of, and then everything can be turned in at the hideaway. Hey, this area that I opened, that I located, this actually has a use. I know, Kitty. I know. 4 hours and 40 minutes, and I still haven't done the story mission because all these side missions are so long.
Doris is waiting for me near Balmung Dark.
I'm still keeping with my word. I'm getting them all done because I do not want to go back. I do not want to go back, and I don't want to do like a stream where it's all like, oh, finishing up the side missions. Because if I say this is a finale, this is it. Yeah, at least for Final Fantasy 16. Like, I just wanna make sure that there's nothing else I need to go back to. You following me? Leave me alone!
Leave me alone! Leave me alone!
Ignore the bomb. Ignore the Porobolos. Love your stay, got the laundry done. Well, that's good because I kind of don't want to take on Ultima without you being able to be here and see it happen live instead of, like later on. So you can share that moment with me.
Most likely guards left behind when the wardens ran. If Chadwick was being held here, I worry that he may already be.
Don't give up hope just yet, but let's move quickly. Let me check the ground floor. The ether stick is there.
Then I'll search the upper level. Good luck, Sid. Stay safe.
Just how bad are the floods inside the walls? Locked up tight.
Ah, but these doors are open. And I see peoples. Oh, okay. Let's change out Shiva's stuff. And put Bahamut's stuff back on there. I need to keep my DPS stuff up on my feed. I need to keep it up. And then switch out Shiva's Kiss with Bahamut's Mercy.
Have care.
Thank you, Kitty.
Farewell.
This evening will see the end of my Final Fantasy 16 playthrough. Balmung Dark, Right of Designation. You can read that if you like. We're moving on.
This place was no ordinary prison, and I doubt they'll have taken the creature with them when they fled.
Another one you guys can look at. Pause right there.
Minimal loss of Waluda lives. And what happens when they run out of bearers? Even the Imperials take better care of their branded than that.
I'm telling you, if I turn in these side missions and they cause even more side missions to pop up, livid won't even be the word I'm thinking of. And last one. Memorandum on Kuza beast feeding. Kuza! Oh, that's actually one of the bounties I need to find.
Bearers to it. This is even worse than I'd feared.
They were feeding people to this creature?
Nothing but a Kashyyyk down here. Hopefully things are looking better upstairs. I should go and see how Doris is getting on.
They were feeding bearers to this creature. Another empty shard. Alright, the reverse direction. I don't have time for you. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Oh, right. I didn't set Bahamut's abilities back because since I mastered Shiva's abilities are still equipped even on Bahamut. I was so prepared to use Giga Flare. I was so prepared to use Giga Flare, and then I saw the ice come out, and I was thinking like, oh no, what happened? Is this a glitch? But no, I forgot to set my stuff back. Impulse. Giga Flare. All right, there we go. Doris, what'd you find?
No luck downstairs. But I did find out that this place was more than just a prison. Something far more sinister was happening here.
I know. I've been reading some of these documents and... it can't be true, can it? Bearers die every day in service of their masters, but this is so much worse. Pitting bearers against a wild beast armed with nothing but their wits? And all in order to bring about more death. And not just those who could fight, but the elderly, children even. And those who wouldn't or couldn't were disposed of. Whatever that means.
I'm afraid it means they were fed to the monstrosity they kept here.
Then we're too late. And I was a fool to bring you here.
Don't say that. Did you find anything else?
A key. But it doesn't fit any of the locks on this floor.
Perhaps it will fit one of the doors downstairs. There's a corridor I haven't searched yet. Finish up here, then come and find me when you're ready.
All right. I'll be there in a moment.
All right. We got the Gowler's key. So we need to go back downstairs and finally go to that corridor we couldn't open up beforehand. Nice. Feels like something is in my eye. Like, you ever get that sudden twang at the bottom of your eye, like there's an eyelash down there, but I can't tell if it actually is an eyelash? I haven't saved in a minute.
Let's see what we can find down here.
We got a big room we can go into, but first, I'm gonna look over here. You hate it when it pokes your eye and gets worse the more you try to get it out? Oh, I can't tell you how many times I have, like, eyelashes in my eye on a daily basis.
A survivor. And she sounds close.
Who are you?
There's no need to be afraid. Are you alone? Are there any other survivors?
Some of the guards. They're still here. But something's wrong with them. Everyone else was eaten by the monster.
Of course they were.
Thank the Founder.
It was worth our coming. But I'd rather we didn't linger. Are you ready?
Ready when you are. You poor thing. You must have been terrified.
Did Chadwick send you?
What?
He fought the monster. Distracted it so I could run away. He must have sent you. He promised to free the others too. Where is he? He opened your cell, didn't he? You wouldn't be here otherwise.
Chadwick.
Was that?
Monster's back! Chadwick, help!
We have to get out of here.
Doris, keep the girl safe.
All right. You put that bearer-eating bastard in the ground.
With pleasure. Jill, Joshua, with me.
It's out there waiting for me.
Oh?
I can't let it live. Not if
It's a
got
whole
taste for bears.
behemoth. The monster is an entire behemoth. Good, I haven't had a challenge all day. It only took me 4 hours and 51 minutes to get something worthy of a Zantetskin. Hello, sir. Kuza Beast. Once again, taking pictures.
The beast will wreak havoc if it ever leaves the prison. I can't let that happen. Slow. Let's try.
I still got you. You shall pay for your transgressions. Having limit broken all day. And now you die. They were literally feeding people to a behemoth. I thought it would be smaller, but...
Finally.
Sid, are you hurt?
I'm fine. I think.
No.
What is it?
A diary. I gave it to Chadwick before we went our separate ways. He was here. Do you think that creature?
I'm sure he fought bravely to the last. The girl is safe thanks to him.
Chadwick. You fool.
Come on. We have to get her back to the hideaway. We don't want his sacrifice to have been in vain.
No. Of course not. I'll see that she's looked after from now on. It's the least I can do.
From what I hear, you've barely left the girl's side in days. I hope she's recovering from her ordeal.
She is. Slowly but surely. She's far tougher than she looks. I thank the flames we found her. If we hadn't...
I know. But we did. I'm sorry we weren't able to save Chadwick.
There's no need to apologize. Without your help, I would never have found out what happened to him. How he fought to the bitter end to save her. To save Haida Marie. That's the man I remember. The man I thought of as a brother.
I wish I could have met him. I'd like to hear more about your past. If you don't mind, that is.
Of course. You already met my former master. She trained Chadwick and I to do two things. Kill and obey. We were supposed to be sold to the highest bidder when the time came. But no bid was ever high enough to convince her to part with us. For years, we were her daggers in the shadows. But we could never quite shake our doubts about the things she made us do. And then, one day, we just couldn't do them anymore. So we escaped. But staying together was out of the question. They would have found us too easily. After so many years of training, the pull to serve was always strong. It scared me to think he might have taken another master, become a dagger in someone else's hand.
But even in captivity, the battles he fought were his own. And he died not as someone's tool, but as a hero.
Haida Marie is proof of that. Bearers can cast off their shackles. And the curse breakers will show them how. I'll fight until my dying breath to see it done. For Chadwick, and for all of us.
Thank you, Doris. We'll be counting on you.
And that's another mission done. Now to turn in the rest that are here at the hideout. Breath of Darkness, Gungnir. Reduces Gungnir cooldown time by 2 whole seconds. I better not see a new quest is available. Okay. I didn't see... Okay. I didn't see a new quest is available. So we just need to turn in all the other missions. Oh, let's go ahead and turn them in. There's one more, and it has to do with the kids up there in the atrium, but the rest of these, turn them all in. We're so close to not having any more side missions to do. Byron, since you took the longest to explain your quest, we're talking to you.
Uncle, I bring good news. The Field Marshal has agreed to your plan.
Ha! Of course he has. I didn't doubt you for a moment, dear boy.
Rutherford is accompanying him back to your manor in Port Isolde as we speak. They will await your return there. As will one other.
One other? Who, exactly?
Lord Havel was concerned that even if he could get the realm's armies to agree to an accord, he might not be as successful in convincing those with political power.
Yeah, Kitty, you're right. Don't jinx it.
I might have a solution. And I suggested a certain Imperial Lord Magistrate turned Liberator.
One of your co-conspirators?
Master Quinton would probably call me one of his. But yes.
Another outlaw, then. Just the thing we need to put these rotten politicos in their places. Good thinking, Clive.
I'm glad you approve.
The more the merrier, eh?
Uncle, assuming Havel and Quinton can solve our problem with the armies, you still haven't mentioned how we might manage the grain shortages.
Oh, don't you worry, my boy. The 7 high houses will be seeing to that. They have all agreed to make the most generous of donations. Oh, of course, it did take a little persuasion, but luckily I had some unexpected help.
From who?
Why, you, my boy. Rumor has it that you rescued the Lady Ariane's head steward Rockford from a horde of bloodthirsty bandits.
It was more of a handful.
Well, the old battle axe was so pleased. She had a shipload of talents delivered to my private docks by the next new moon. And when the other houses saw the parsimonious old crone's purse strings finally loosen, they as good as tripped over themselves in the rush to follow suit.
I'm happy to hear it.
Now, I must be getting back to the manor. Join us there at your earliest convenience, would you?
Of course, Uncle.
Join at your earliest convenience? Are we fully gonna bring this to... Please. Okay, we're fully gonna bring this whole thing to a close at the manor. Okay.
And how, pray tell, will we get that grain to the capital if the roads are still overrun with Akashic?
You'll find another bloody road. I only have so many men, and I'm not about to send them headlong into an ether flood. That is, unless you'd have them turn as well.
Well, I'd certainly eat less.
Says the man with a belly bigger than a band of curls. My soldiers actually need their rations. Without any food to keep them going, they'll be dead even before you've sent them on your fool's errand.
If I may, gentlemen, perhaps I might suggest an alternative approach. Though supply routes are indeed disrupted, there is no shortage of ships. Indeed, they bob away in every bay from here to Randalar, awaiting a safe haven. Allow them to make port and fill their bellies full of grain. And once those who crowd the cities are fed, ferry the displaced back to the countryside to work the fallow fields. But I'm sure that you wish to continue your discussion. Forgive the interruption. 2 such firm friends as yourselves need no help from the likes of me. Rutherford spoke fondly of the great bond between you.
Us? Friends? I can't stand the man!
Clive, I'm beginning to question the quality of the company you keep.
And what kind of company were you expecting him to keep? The man's a criminal!
Criminal? How dare you? You are not fit to breathe the same air as this fine, upstanding young gentleman.
Upstanding? He calls himself Sid the Bloody Outlaw!
Once more onto the breach.
Shall we begin again? What we seek here is not to create a new nation, nor to claim the thrones of those that already exist. We wish simply to bring stability to the realm that mankind might weather the current storm. And to do that, we must convince those in power, the generals, the statesmen, the nobles, that our cause is just. There will be disagreements, yes. And I imagine some resistance, much resistance. But we cannot let that deter us. If we show them the path, show them that we walk it ourselves, then I am confident they will follow. The fate of the world lies in my nephew's hands, but the well-being of her people lies in ours. And we must not squander the chance that Clive has given us.
Uncle Byron,
Now, with that settled, let's move on to the signing of the Accord. For what great moment in history hasn't been accompanied by a little ceremony? Citizens of Valisthea, I present to you the Tri-Unity. Rutherford, Mike Will.
You see Quentin's face? He's all like, oh Lord, here we go. He had that oh Lord, here we go type face.
Well, my boy, the stage is set.
That it is.
This is the role you were born for. Now I ask only that you trust in the talents of your supporting cast. We shall play our parts to the best of our abilities, that you might have the opportunity to shine. The realm needs its Sir Crandall. And there is no better Crandall than you, Clive. I want you to keep this signed accord as proof of our faith in you.
I will. Thank you, Uncle.
Quest complete. Three's Company. Come and knock at our door. We've been waiting for you. The Tri-Unity Accord. Signed by representatives from Rosaria, Dalmekia, and Sanbreque, this mutual accord sets the stage for a new age in Storm, if not officially, then at least in spirit. And I'm getting close to level 50 as well. Let's turn in the rest of these quests.
What do you think that thing is?
I got the food for the cook, the flowers for Gav, well, the chocobo feather for Gav, and we got to speak with Karen.
It was no trouble at all.
Clive, you're back. How'd you get on? Any luck?
Any luck, you say?
Crystals crack. Is this what I think it is? Where in the hell did you find it?
It's a long story.
Right there on the road to Eastpool. Who'd have thought it?
Everything up there's been abandoned for years. The empty cabin made for the perfect shelter. Though I fear my presence may have forced the poor creatures to look elsewhere.
Don't blame yourself, Clive. The Blight's right on Eastpool's doorstep. They'd have had to move on before long, even if you hadn't have turned up. They'll find a new home. Trust me. After all, that's what us endangered animals do. Anyway, what matters is, you managed to nick us one of their quills before they could run off. And now all that's left is to fix it to the carving.
I didn't know you could carve.
Reckon there's a lot you don't know about me. Like the fact I'm as good with a whittling knife as I am with a sword. And that bone Ember gave me's a dream to work with. What did you say it was from again? An Avis?
But it weren't your Avis, Sid. I slew one of my own at last.
So all those long nights in the pit finally bore fruit. I'm proud of you, Ember.
Don't speak too soon. I ain't done my trial yet.
There we go. What do you think?
I think if you ever hang up your scouting cap, you'll be able to make an honest living.
Oh, will I? I should go and see if Ed is awake.
Give it my best.
You can give it to yourself. Come on.
Guess I don't have a choice. Yeah, it's fine. But before we go meet up with Gav, cook!
So, did you have that word with Tomes then?
I did, and he was as helpful as ever. He told me exactly where to look, in fact.
And what precisely will I be cooking up? Or is it better not to know?
Blueback wyvern liver. And, a herb known as Saint's Bonnet.
Ah, wyvern livers, was it? Well, at least it weren't actual worms, I suppose. Now then, you stay right where you are. I've got some cooking to do. Let's hope these grand old chefs of yore knew what they were on about.
Ah, that looks better than the first meal I tried helping cook.
Fried mortress of skyworm. Ivan's offered to make sure it's fit for consumption. Well, I say offered. He as good as begged.
And rightly so. Is there any higher honor than partaking in a slice of culinary history?
I guess it doesn't taste all that good. Usually people ain't coughing up their lungs when they eat.
So, not fit for consumption then.
What witchery is this? The crackle of the crust gives way to an almost violent richness. Yet, it is the piquant kiss of the saint's bonnet that tames this savage dish.
No, never mind.
It is a tour de force. A force of nature, even. A maelstrom of flavour and sensation. A graceful beast emerging from centuries of slumber.
I think he likes it.
Well, I can't quite tell with all that nonsense he's talking. But I reckon you might be right. It was decent then, I take it.
Decent? It's remarkable. And I defy any man to say a word to the contrary. Sid, might I suggest that you command a party of your finest men and women to procure a dozen blueback wyverns forthwith?
I'll give it some thought.
Another mission done. And Kitty, you say you got any advice on the Tears of the Kingdom Lightning Temple boss? Bug has killed you probably 20 times. I mean, really, for that fight, when I was playing through it, I relied a lot on what is her name? Reiju. I relied a lot on her lightning dome, so I could do significant damage to the boss. And also to all the other enemies that were around. So whenever her dome went up, I did my best to get as close to the boss as possible so that way I could get hit with the lightning strikes. It really does come down to just really dodging the attacks, but also, you know, using Reiji, using your girl's lightning dome attack. I gotta look back at my stream when I fought it and see what I did.
Nothing like a dish of cold vengeance to foul the gut.
I'm sorry, Nan. I didn't mean to make things worse. I just thought I had to protect you. Like you've protected me.
Aye, well, someone had to. Your parents certainly didn't give a whit for your well-being. Reckon the both of us would be worse off if I'd not taken you on. You've always been me right eye, Goots. And I'd have you stay that way. So don't you dare go looking for trouble again.
Well, I will. If you ever need help, I'll do it again and again, and you can't stop me.
Why, you big lump. Fine. Play the hero if it makes you happy.
Thanks, Nan. I won't let you down.
There's nothing he wouldn't do for you.
That's as maybe. But if he's ever to make his own way in life, he'll need to start looking out for himself as well. Till then, He'll need people to watch his back, just like you did in Dalamil. Don't think I didn't appreciate that.
Of course. His family.
Stop it. You make me one good eye, mister. I don't go thinking that'll do you any favours. A potion today will cost you the same as it did yesterday.
Another quest complete. An eye for an eye. More experience, but not enough to get me fully leveled up. Continental Sensor. According to Karen, a sensor packed with herbs and ambergris can ward off everything from insects to the plague, protect a home from thieves and demons, and heal any number of ailments, all while bringing love and fortune. Alright, that's another item. Alright, let's check on Edna, because it doesn't... Ooh. Okay, we need to go check on Edna at the infirmary and bring that mission with Gav to a close. Then we just have that last mission with the kids up top in the atrium, and then we're good. And apparently a new bounty is up. Hold on. Are you going to tell me about the Yakuza beast? Because I already killed it. No. The S rank monster I wanted to find. It's available now. And then there's another. Okay, so the Wailing Banshee, we already know about it. But then we have the Masterless Marauder, which is another monster I was gonna hunt. No, we're gonna focus on clearing these side missions and then doing the story.
Me lords.
How are you feeling?
Well, thank you. Is something wrong?
Wrong? No, nothing like that. What it is...
Go on, please. It's beautiful. Did you make it?
We did. It's from all of us here at the Hideaway. Your new family, like. It's a good luck charm. We may come up north when a band's on the way. I mean a baby. To let him know that they're part of the family too. Oh, I hope you like it.
I don't know what to say. I thank you, my lords, for everything.
If there's anything you need, just let us know.
I will.
Clive, fancy a swift off? I'm thirsty.
I could be convinced.
$5 hours worth of side quests.
Don't you think you've had enough?
No, we're celebrating. I'm gonna be a father.
I think Edda might have something to say about that.
You know what I mean. Bit of light in these dark times. Wasn't long after me 10th name day. My mum told us she was with child again. I was over the fucking moon. I was looking forward to having a little one to lord it over, what with me being the runt of the litter. Thought I'd finally have a chance to prove to the world that I could be a big brother. Imperials came the day she went into labour. Had myself a baby sister. And then I didn't.
She was a bear.
My whole family gone in a blink, while I hid in the cellar like the spineless little arsehole I was. Great brother I turned out to be. I'll never be a leader. And I'll never be a hero. I'm just a daft little dog who comes running when his master calls. I'll never be like you, or Sid, or Jill, or even Torgal.
Have you finished?
Maybe.
Do you know why you're our best scout? Because you don't need anyone to hold your hand. Without your resourcefulness, your courage, your determination, I don't know where we'd be. Maybe hanging off a cliff like,
That was only the once.
Exactly. You learned from it. And here you are after Founder knows how many missions, stronger for everyone. And let's not forget Rosalith. Who was it who freed me from the dungeon? Who was it who ran to Jill's rescue?
That would be me.
Because you're our brother, Gav. My brother.
Your brother.
Which means that when the time comes,
I get your room. And your sword.
It's still going? It's still going?
I've had one too many.
you may have had 10 too many.
I said I was thirsty. Better get back to work anyway. After I walk this off. Clive?
What is it?
Thanks for, you know.
I know.
Quest complete. We're done with Silver Lining. And I think we leveled up. Level up! Level 50. You have achieved maximum level. Taking a picture of this for proof's sake. I've achieved max level, so I can take off the XP accessory that lets me get more XP. We've done it. We've achieved the maximum level for this playthrough. Winter Mead. A potent potable made from honey collected in the Northern Territories' short summers and fermented slowly over the next 6 moons. Said to warm the belly on the North's cold winter nights. Okay. Okay, so there's only one more side mission left. There's only one more left. And I'm going the wrong way in order to do it. And it has to do with the children. Whew. We did it. First of all, I reached max level for the first playthrough. So I can finally take off on Fortune in the Heavens and put something else on instead. Man, it took me forever to get to this point. So now we'll put on the Adamantite Gauntlets that increases my HP by 500. No. Berserker Ring. Increase attack whenever I do a perfect dodge, which I tend to do a lot of, which will help with the upcoming fight. We are preparing, ladies and gentlemen. When I said we are defeating Ultima today, it will be done today. I'm up. I got energy. Let's finish the mission with the children. Make sure that's done.
What happened to Miss Middledore? I heard she was kicked out of the university.
And then we head for Ultima.
Sid, you have to help us.
With what? You didn't take apart another of Mid's contraptions, did you?
No. Well, yes. But that's not what we want to talk to you about.
It's Miss Middledore. She's been acting strange. Very strange. She's barely ever around.
When she is, she acts like we aren't even there. Her head's in a crowd.
In the clouds.
That's what I said. In the clouds.
Well, she does have a lot on her mind. When did you last see her?
Not long ago. Right after she got back from saving you from Stonear.
Then it's probably just about the Enterprise. It did take quite a battering on the way there and back.
You didn't break it, did you, Sid? You really should be more careful around Miss Middeldore's inventions. Don't listen to her. Even if you did break the Enterprise, you could put it back together, couldn't you?
But who's gonna put Miss Middledore back together? She seems really sad.
Why don't I go and see if I can cheer her up?
You do that? For us? She's in her dungeon.
Don't scare him. It's not a real dungeon.
Thanks for the warning.
Alright, time to find out what's going on with Mid, bring it to a close so we can bring all these side missions to a close. I'll make a separate save, so that way, on my own time, even if I don't do it on a stream, I'll take on the Masterless Marauder bounty mission and then probably upload it as a video. But what really concerns me is just doing these missions, finishing them, and then it's just nothing but story afterwards. We're almost done, kitty. We're almost done, everybody. We're almost done.
That's it! I knew it! The answer was right here under my arse all along! If this doesn't steer to the skies, nothing will!
To the skies? You aren't trying to give the Enterprise wings, are you?
What else would I be doing?
The children seem to think you're avoiding them. They're worried about you. Is this really so important that you need to shut yourself away from everyone?
The Enterprise is already the fastest ship in the realm, and that's with the sea beneath her. But what if she weren't bound to the waves? What if she weren't bound to anything at all? It's not fair. The gods get the skies all to themselves, so I'm gonna do something about it. The Fallen had their chance, but they relied too much on magic. And see where that got them? But not me. I've discovered how to do it without. Well, almost. First, I need to make a prototype.
And is that a one-woman job?
Are you volunteering? I'll have you know the Enterprise is my baby. But if a godfather's offering to lend a hand, I'd be happy to take it. First, I'll need oil, and not just some old drippings from Miss Molly's spits in the Tub and Crown. Refined stuff, like they make in Ordil. Then I'll need some bone, or shell. Light, strong, preferably no longer attached to the beast it belongs to.
If it's beast bones you're after, I'm sure the curse breakers will know where you might find some.
No, they'll know where you might find some.
Well, thank you, kitty. Been enjoying it so far? Hey, that means I've done my job.
You're the one who offered to help, remember?
I should speak with one of the curse breakers before I set off for Old Hill. See if I can't find this bone while I'm there as well.
Has Middledore mentioned a new project yet?
All right. Ask the curse breakers for ideas. Almost there. I'm so happy. Oh, we also got a prize. We also got a prize we can claim.
Ah, I wasn't expecting you back so soon. Your benefactors are a generous lot.
Last one. Every epic starts with a single word. Every symphony, a single note. This is but the beginning. Forever shall your legend be told. Forever shall your legacy be sung. Why did I say sting?
Here you are.
Careful Whisper. Obtain all available items from your patrons. We got Fallen Enigma and To Sail Forbidden Seas Orchestrion Roll.
Best of luck out there, Sid.
All right, Sid. Come to buy us around, have you?
Only if you earn it. Mid needs a piece of light but durable bone for her next project. You've encountered your share of beasts on your travels across the realm. Any ideas?
Most bones are the same. Whack 'em hard enough and they'll break. If it's durability you're looking for, shell will serve you better. You know what an adamantus is?
I do. And I know to give them a wide berth. Will any old adamantus do?
Well, with shells, the older the harder. There's a rumour of an ancient adamantus down in Karava, near Old Bidza, or what's left of the village anyway. But don't expect to make quick work of the bastard. There's a reason it's lived as long as it has.
I'll keep that in mind. Thank you.
You see Otto just giving me the eye? So, we need to obtain oil from Maud Hill, 2 of those, and defeat a desert Tor in Korava. Alright. We know what is required of us. So we're going to go to Korava first, and take on the Adamantoise that's over here. Do the more difficult thing first, and then the thing afterwards would probably be more simpler.
Come on. Fly, Ambrosia.
Have care.
Here we are again. Karava. If you were a tortoise, Torgal, where would you hide?
I already see him.
Be safe. It looks like we found him. Nice try. Nice try.
Thing moves like a 6-year-old when it's bedtime. Yeah, all of a sudden, those kids get miraculously fast in human energy all of a sudden when it's time to go to sleep. Then when they run it out, they can't resist. And what I need is right here at the docks. Awesome.
Mid's oil. After what happened here, it's a miracle there was any left at all.
Okay, it's in this area, so it's gotta be, I'm guessing, over here. Haha! Intuition was right.
I better get these materials to Mid so she can finish her prototype.
The end is nigh. The end is nigh.
Mid, tell me this is all you need.
Aw, you make it sound like I asked you to save the world or something.
Tell me this is all you need.
It's most of what I need. After you left, I went over the figures again, and I realized I'd forgotten a 1 and a 0.
And
a cogwheel. Just a tiny one. Though, that's the problem. Gears that small are a bastard to make, and I may have lost the one Blackthorn spent a fortnight toiling over.
wait. The children. When they took apart your scales, there was a tiny brass gear. Now that I think about it, they didn't use it when we put the scales back together.
The young'uns? But why would the... You know what? I don't want to know. I'll keep working on the model. You go and find that cog.
Alright, so we got to go see the childrens.
Has Midadol mentioned a new project yet?
Sid! Is Mid still hiding from us?
She wasn't hiding. She's fine. She's just busy working on her next project.
A new invention? What is it? What is it? Is it an airship? I bet it's an airship!
Do you think she'll let us help?
That just so happens to be why I'm here. She needs something special, something only you three can provide. A brass gear. A tiny one. One that might fit on, say, a set of scales?
Oh, the one you forgot! We remember!
We saved it, just in case. It's in the bag of bits.
Since your lesson, we've been disassembling, then reassembling everything we can find. All the pieces that are left over, we keep under our beds, just in case.
That's good to know.
But there shouldn't be any pieces left over. If you're disassembling and then reassembling, there shouldn't be any pieces left over. What you think this is, a bag of Legos?
Look! I found it! Is that all? Just the gear? We have more parts if Mid needs them.
That's all for now. But I'll let Mid know about your hoard. Just in case.
Thanks, Sid.
Well, did they have it?
Let's bring this to a close. Finally, then we can do the final mission and then I am done.
They did. And they kept it somewhere nice and safe. Will it work?
Will it work? He's perfect! You're a genius, Clive.
What exactly are you going to use it for?
Only the most important job of all. The wings aren't going to move on their own, but with the right cog in the right place, well, you just wait and see. That should do it. Here goes nothing. Titan's tits.
It wasn't supposed to fly, was it?
Of course it was supposed to fly. Wouldn't be much of an airship if it didn't. Honestly, these bloody engines are driving me mad. I was so sure this would be the day she soared. The Mithril engine was made to make dreams come true. But maybe this is one dream the world's better off without. Show folk how to take flying. It won't be long till they're raining death down on each other. People will lose their homes. Children, their mums and their dads. Like I lost mine.
I'm sorry.
So am I, Clive. So am I. Sorry that I have to choose. Do I follow my head, or do I follow my heart?
Good question. The first time I stood on the deck of your ship, felt the wind in my hair. It was like I was flying. But imagine how it would feel to actually do it.
My dad always said there were two ways of living life. Chasing a dream or shuffling to your grave. And he were right. Right about a lot of things. Not that I like to admit it. People need dreams to chase. Especially in a world like this. Right. When this is over, I'm gonna take all my Mithril engines to Zemeckis and sling them over the edge. I won't have my dream end up turning into someone else's nightmare.
But all that hard work...
All that hard work will not be used for war, Jamie. But it ain't like it'll be gone. Tell me, Clive, have you ever been on a treasure hunt?
Not since Joshua and I were boys. Why do you ask?
Because I'm gonna bury the engine schematics and leave behind a little riddle telling people where to find them. A really hard one, so that only the most dedicated dreamers will ever be able to work it out. Ooh, I can picture it now. Some daft general squinting at the words with a gormless expression on his mug. Like that one, yeah.
Right.
Of course, if I'm putting this engine at the end of a treasure hunt, I'll still need to make it a treasure worth hunting for. Won't be much of a prize if it couldn't even make a toy boat fly after all. My dad always said, dream big. But it ain't the size of a dream that's important, is it, Clive? Only that it's a good one. And I reckon I've got a fair few good uns left in me.
I'm sure you do.
Quest complete. Aiming high. And with that, we've maxed model airship. We maximized our renown. We got some more ability points. We're already max level. So now, we did it. We did it. There's nothing left. Let's see Gout. View the Alliant reports. Nothing in Sanbreque. Nothing in Rosaria. Nothing in the Dalmekian Republic. And nothing in Waloed.
Seen enough?
We did it. So, I'm gonna run to my room. Let me go over to my missives, but it doesn't show. It doesn't show that there's a side mission there. Let me look at all the stuff that I got at the Wall of Memories. I'm missing 2 things, apparently. I'm missing 2 whole things. 2 things before the Wall of Memories is complete. Try Unity. We did it. We did every side mission. Like I said, I'm going to create a separate save. Create a separate save, so if I need to come back and look for anything else, like complete some bounty hunts and make videos on them, I will. But for right now, it's time to end Final Fantasy 16. I'm coming close to the maximum amount of time that I tend to do a stream, but it's time to end it. It's time. It's time to do this final mission and see this game to its end. Max level. I am ready. Abilities is where they need to be. Let me go ahead and maximize Giga Flare. Wait. I don't have enough points to even do that. Never mind. But we're good on all things. Let's make sure our gear is right. We got the strongest sword in the game, the strongest belt in the game, the strongest van braces in the game. We got the Genji gloves, which increases my damage. We have the Berserker ring, which makes it so that my damage is increased with every precision dodge. And we have Bahamut's Mercy, which reduces Giga Flare's cooldown. I feel like it's probably going to be best if I put on items that give me like an overall bonus in terms of just everything. Increase healing potency of high potions by 25%. Let me see. Talisman of Priming. Lionheart tonic duration by 30. Okay. These are all icon related. Pull of Darkness, because I will be using Zantetskin. It's time. It's time to go. Origin. Awoken from its slumber beneath the foundations of Twinside, this corrupted construct now looms over the twins, its form a bruise on the very heavens. Here we go. Once we start down this path, the only thing left is to defeat Ultima, and that's the end of the game.
While you're at it, Clive, if you see me dad up there, tell him we were right to leave his legacy with you.
Tell him he'll be in the front row. There's no way he'd miss this.
Final goodbyes.
Well, behave yourself, Mitt.
We'll see.
So, you're in charge now, Gav.
And what does Taya have to say about that? Come back before she finds out, eh?
Thank you, Yote. I'm sorry.
Your Grace, I shall pray for your safe return.
That's kind of you. But you should pray he took his medicine. I didn't spend all night grinding herbs for his lordship to leave them on his nightstand. Again.
You needn't fear, Lady Taya. And thank you.
See that your brother comes back in one piece. Or, at most, two. Any more and you can heal him yourself.
I'll keep that in mind.
Well, there's nothing to say that hasn't already been said. But that's never stopped me before, so just you do what needs doing. And don't worry about us.
We'll do our best, Uncle.
That we will.
If that is all?
Not quite. Jill.
It's time, isn't it?
It is. Take care of him. And you. You take care of her too, boy.
Don't forget, Clive. We all choose our own path. Believe in yours. I do.
I'll be back. I promise. I love you, Jill.
I know. I love you too.
Now, we have a god to kill.
Clive!
Welcome to Origin.
Here they come. Hold on, Joshua. Already am.
So, this is Origin.
A far cry from heaven.
Where it all began, where it all begins, our ark, your architect.
There you are.
It was here that we slumbered, here that we waited for centuries, clinging to our decrepit shell, for fear that we might have need of it once again. But you have come at last. And now we shall be truly complete.
Well, there's 3 of us and 1 of him. Let's make it count.
We will show you what it means to suffer.
Excuse me? Alright, cutscene's over. It's time to talk. Okay, Kitty, I was fine the entire time. I just couldn't... I didn't want to interrupt the scene by talking or even giving my opinion. It was simply too good for me to even speak. And this Ultima Prime is casually beating us down. But here's the thing, this Ultima Prime has like big wings. And look at the health bar. Ifrit, Phoenix, and Bahamut. And there's nothing I can do about this damage I'm receiving. We're getting bodied right now.
Not this time. Move aside, Phoenix.
Man, family came in at the last second asking me for food, and I almost missed that prompt. Here's the thing, Kitty. I can heal because this is a cinematic cut. Ooh, wow. This is a cinematic cutscene. I don't have any control of what's going on right now. This is basically a massive QTE. Wait, Hellfire, Phoenix Flame, and Giga Flare? Yo! They're combining! Yo! They're combining! Let's go! This is a Giga Bomb. What do you even call this? Tri-disaster? Ultima Prime thwarted? Wait, what? 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 I'm gonna save this whole clip. I'm gonna save the past 5 minutes. No. We gotta go back further because I want to save certain. I want to save certain clips. Hold on. 15 minutes. All right, that's good enough. Try disaster.
And you only surrendered. This unpleasantness could have been avoided.
Oh, that's not good. He is charging one massive spirit bomb, and he has one wing, like Sephiroth.
We have you.
Joshua? Dion?
Dion. Go! Save your brother!
Yo, this dude just pulled a Goku.
I ask not for acceptance. Only forgiveness!
Wow! Yo, Dion! Dion! You may have hit Dion, but Dion got the last hit in. Let's go, Dion! Oh no.
Now, Father, it is done.
Dion!
Clive! Clive! No.
Joshua.
Thank the Founder.
Did I mention you look terrible?
That makes two of us.
Oh, I'll be alright.
And Dion. Take my hand.
No, I told you, I'll be...
Oh no.
Come on.
Thank you.
That's the inner sanctum. Ultima's got to be in there.
Always.
Welcome to the core. Oh no. Oh no.
I'm sorry about Dion.
Don't be. Please. He did what he had to do.
And it's time we did the same.
What's on his chest? When we first encountered Ultima, I guess he sealed Ultima inside of him. And Ultima has been,
No, I think we're past that, Clive.
I guess, producing an avatar outside.
I suppose
So, in order to keep Ultima from getting to Clive. I could be wrong though, but he sealed something within himself in order to keep it from actually getting to Clive.
That light, so cold, so empty. We're close, aren't we?
It seems that way. But I don't want to think what could be waiting for us in there.
Then think instead of those waiting for us at home.
That looks like the boss room. It reminds me of getting to the inner sanctum of the Earth Tree all over again.
Clive.
There are Ifrit in the walls. There's Ifrits in the walls.
They can't be.
But they are. This is the Nexus. A wellspring of life. Yours and ours. As we watch the world stumble slowly to its dark end, it was here we pledged a new beginning. And now, with the ether we have harvested, I shall raise my kin from their eternal slumber. That together we may usher in a new age of reason.
This was never about creation. Only self-preservation. You condemned an entire world so that you alone might escape death.
Alone. Him. Alone. Clive. I think I understand. He...
Oh! Uh-oh!
Oh no.
They sacrificed their flesh to become beating hearts of crystal that pumped the land's lifeblood from the depths of the earth unto this very chamber. And thus would they labor still, long after their work was done, had you not set them free.
Yo, there were more of Ultima in the crystals!
For us to destroy the mother crystals. It's what you wanted all along.
You have our gratitude, Mythos. In this you have served us well. You have both served us well. Welcome home, brother.
Joshua? There were more of Ultima sealed in the mother crystals, and when we destroyed them, we freed them.
It was me. But it wasn't my grasp that grew weaker. It was theirs that grew stronger.
So when Ultima says we, he's not meaning it in a Venom sort of way. He means we as in multiples of me.
And now we can become one.
Wait, so does this mean that with all the versions, all the different Ultimas, that's all of him, that's all of his separated power?
One possessed of the destructive flames of Ifrit, and the healing flames of the Phoenix. This, I once believed, would be Ultima's true form. But I was wrong. I see it now. Why you will never become Ultima's vessel.
I don't care. Just hold on.
Listen to me, Clive.
Oh no.
You remember the murals? People once knew that Ultima was their god, that he created them. And they worshipped him, prayed to him, looked to him for guidance. In vain. In vain. For he did not listen, did not acknowledge our will, and so we strayed from his path to forge one of our own. So absorbed was he in his own desires, so driven by his own will alone, that he shunned the one thing that could have made him truly powerful. Faith. The same faith people now place in you. Faith that you will fulfill their dream, Sid's dream, of creating a better world for us. Faith that you will follow in Father's footsteps and save those who need saving most. Faith that you will answer Jill's plea to save yourself. The difference is, Clive, that you chose to listen, and that is what has steeled our bonds. Bonds that helped you stand firm when Ultima's pull was at its strongest. His power may be absolute, but so is ours. And so will yours be. With my light in your heart, not even a god might stop us. Joshua!
Yo. He's giving his brother the power of the Phoenix.
Enough, Clive. My body is too far gone. If the wound does not take me, the curse will.
Wow.
I have always been proud to call you my shield. But now, it is the world that needs you. Thank you, Clive, for being my brother. Look at me, Joshua.
Open your eyes! Open your eyes, Damien! Why? Why did you do this? Joshua! Joshua!
This is a very bad moment that I gotta hit pause in order to help bring food in. I'll be right back. I'll be right back. I'll be right back. I know it sucks. I am back. Food is here. No more interruptions. I'm not pausing anymore. If anyone needs anything from me, they're gonna have to wait until I'm done.
And thus does the final piece fall into place. The incantation primed, but one task remains. To empty the vessel.
Still here. With me to the end.
Even now, you would deny the inevitable.
As we always have. And always will. On this, my sword, I swear, to shield the Firebird's flame forevermore.
It's time for you to die.
You know nothing of magic.
Nice try.
Holy? This dude knows holy. Oh, he dodged it.
Perhaps this will break you. Conceited fool.
I was waiting for it to heal up. I keep getting hit.
I needed that.
Enough.
Oh, he's gonna get beat. He's gonna get beat.
Behold,
Ooh, look at that damage. Look at that damage. All hail Zon Tedskin.
Countless centuries have I waited for this moment. This moment in which I might revel in my creation, only to find it profaned and so it must be cleansed.
That's not good.
Unexpected. How is it that your will yet endures?
Because it's not so easily broken.
But it can be broken. And I shall see it so. For such is my will.
Try it.
Ultima?
Too slow.
Whoa! 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 Okay. Okay, so who's gonna tell me? Who's gonna tell me that he's got a move where it sucks me into the center and then it's just one big massive just destroy everything and everyone in it move? I'm glad I put that accessory on that gave me 500 extra XP. Whoa! I wasn't paying attention, I was looking at chat. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, he knows. Whoa! And I dodge meteor. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa! Oh my goodness, that's ridiculous. This dude has very fast. I'm just gonna blast you completely. What type of move? Stagger. It's only fair that I get to blast you too. Woo!
Why? What latent force feeds these flames? I sense more here than mere will. Is this Logos? Have you truly become free? No, I forbid it. You are not a god. You are but flesh and bone. You are not one of us.
You know you're winning when they get angry. You know you're pushing them into a corner when they get angry.
I created you, all of you. And what is mine is mine to destroy.
Once, perhaps. But we are no longer yours. Our flames are our own, and they burn as one!
Beware my power!
Have you learned nothing? Damned is the slave who will turn the scourge upon his master.
Oh, look at this. Look at it. Now we have Ifrit Risen versus Ultima Risen. Shouldn't leave yourself so wide open there, buddy. Whoa! Oh, he can shoot the lasers quickly. We are fighting in the very nexus of creation right now. Staggered. Brimstone! Whoa, 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 whoa! That's a supernova. That's literally a galaxy exploding. How you like that? How you like that? I didn't spend the past 6 hours going through every single side mission for you to act all high and mighty.
Enough! With fire shall fire be repaid.
Unlocking Purgatorium? Why does it keep putting me in front of spots where they're gonna blast? I got 40 seconds. It's counting down. Oh, okay, it's counting down. It is definitely counting down. But I'm there. I'm almost there. I'm almost there. I can do it. I can do it. What is this? I can do it. I can do it. No, stop knocking me away from it. Stop knocking me away from it. Ooh, I can do it. I can do it. No, no, no. Stop knocking me away from it. Five. 4. No. No. 3. 2. Oh! 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 Oh, we did it! That was too close! We stopped it! Oop, staggers you. You can't do anything. You can't do it. Whoa! You can't do anything. Oh, okay, so maybe you can. But it's over. It's over. Kneel!
Recreant. No. My will is inviolable. Something is wrong.
You're afraid. You always have been. From the moment the Blight exposed what you were, weak, you conceived us to prove otherwise. But the results shook you to the core. For in us you saw yourself, and realized we had the potential to be more than you could ever be. And so you turned your back on your creation. Your back on the world, like the coward you are.
You think you know me? You know nothing, Logos. Nothing.
What is he doing? I almost choked. What is that?
Bathed in light, I stand above you, my rebirth complete. And you, for your defiance, shall pay the proper price.
An eternity of anguish.
Anguish. Pain. Suffering. You have known none of these. But we have. So we know what they grant. They bring us together. And that makes us strong.
Thunder roars. My will be done.
Gotta bring Bahamut into this one. You dumb sap. Oh! Oh, so you want to have a Titan battle, huh?
Let Tempest rage.
Nice try.
Dust to dust.
Still alive.
Gale unrelenting.
My turn. Clive really said, like, all right, bet I can do that move too. I'm here. I heard Benedicta, and I heard Sid.
Unyielding.
Titan!
You want to go? Let's go!
Get him out, Clive!
You cannot have this power. It is not yours to take.
Oh, you want to use Odin, huh? I missed. Oh, staggered, staggered. Wait for it. There we go. It doesn't matter if he teleported. I'm still gonna get him. I'm faster than your flashes, bruh. What you got? Come on, Ultima, come on. What you got? What you got? You got nothing. That's cute. I can do that too.
That's my boy!
Ultima, you have no idea how many games I played where I was required to button mash quicker than that. I played Metal Gear Solid Peace Walker.
Together!
I sage it!
Darkness. Unending.
Oh, you want to fight with the Sword of Odin? Oh, you want to fight with the Sword of Odin?
Onward, my son. No, mine is the altar at which you pray. Mine are the eyes that look down upon you all.
Oh, he can limit break.
And yet still you cannot see. You are no better than us. We are one and the same.
He's in limit break state. Oh, that move, actually, I can avoid it. What were you expecting to do there? I just dodged you, bro. If that didn't hit me, what do you think else will? I got you. I finally got him. I finally got him. I finally got him. Zon Titskin! I'm ready for you, bro. Let's go. Let's go. Oh yeah, kitty. His health definitely is moving. Ooh! And you thought you were gonna get me with that. Still alive. I got one more health potion. Let's make it count. Thank you, dummy. He's on his last legs.
With me, Phoenix.
You will not win!
Forevermore.
Last legs. He's got nothing left.
So sure of your place atop the world, you refuse to acknowledge those below. You chose to remain alone. And so you shunned the one thing that could have made you stronger. Pushed away the hands that could have raised you higher.
I do not need you. You or anyone.
And that is where we are different. I could not have made it here on my own. I carry with me the hopes and dreams of my brothers, my sisters. And it is they who will give me the strength to end your reign.
Time to go bye-bye. Oh, he can't do anything. Look, he can't do anything anymore. Look, he's weak. He's weak now. Look at him. He's barely doing anything to me. This is what happens. This is what happens. And I parried him too. That's what you get. That's what you get, you big stupid punk. Look, he can't even cast Ultima anymore. Oh, you're about to have a very bad day, sir. I am the one and only, the beginning and the end, the Alpha, the Omega. I am Clive!
Fantasy here is yours, and we shall be its final witness. I said, it's over!
Mama said knock you out! Ultimalius slain. Good God, beautiful. Beautiful! Beautiful! Saving this whole thing, saving the full video. There will be pictures taken. Oh, you don't look so good. He needs some milk! Someone get him some milk!
Tell me, what do you imagine will befall this world now that you have gained your precious freedom?
I honestly don't know. But I doubt it will be pretty. A sorry tale of sin and suffering, hardship and pain.
And it was for this that you fought so fiercely? Why?
It's who we are. We fight. We survive. We endure. We don't need a reason. We are imperfect creatures. When we stumble, we reach for a shoulder to lean on. When we fall, we stand back up. We see the horizon, ever out of reach, and still we march on. Certain the answers lie just beyond it, because that is our way.
My congratulations. Relish this victory, knowing that you have but delayed the inevitable. Your world is already dead. May you enjoy an eternity on its blackened husk.
He's absorbing the powers of Ultima, isn't he?
It seems Ultima's power was too great for this vessel all along. But while I have it, perhaps I can use it to set things right. And see Ultima's legacy. Bearers, dominance, crystals, magic, consigned to the flames. Even if it means the end of me. These are our terms.
Aren't you the most beautiful thing?
He is, isn't he? What are you gonna call him?
Let me see, let me see. Oh, read little one. Got a smile for your Uncle Gav.
Not so loud, you burp.
What? I was only...
Shh, you're scaring him.
It's all right.
Oh.
A sky of scattered tears, 1,000 years apart. Should they fade, I will not be afraid of the dark. For
If you need a rest, I can take him.
I'll hold you to that.
The world's yours now. Yours to do with as you please. That's what Sid wanted. That's what they both wanted.
And thus did our journey end.
Well, wow. Wow. I like, what can I say? This game was awesome. Every last bit of it. It was awesome. Okay, so to give you like a quick review of what I thought of this game in its entirety, I enjoyed every last second of this game. Even when I was farming off screen, I enjoyed it all. It was absolutely entertaining. You know what? And I'm glad the game gives me the option to speed through the credits incredibly fast. I enjoyed every single aspect of this game. I enjoyed the characters, the setting, the world, the lore, the gameplay, combat. The voice acting was top-notch, and I actually enjoyed every single person who voiced a character in this game. Even Goots was enjoyable too. He was just a lovable big dude. But this is a definite Game of the Year contender. This really is. It scratched off all ticks, all tallies, well, whatever you call it, all tallies that I look for in a video game. It was entertaining, it was fun the entire time. Sure, I complained about how long side missions were simply because I was impatient, because I really wanted to get to the end, and my impatience made me, like the side missions less. That's a personal thing, that's not a game thing. But everything else about the game was just absolutely fantastic. And I'm glad I got to share this moment of, not only beating the final boss, but also bringing my Final Fantasy 16 playthrough to an end. Which means I get to rest up when I'm done reading One Piece for a while. And I can kick back and relax after such a long journey. Like, I haven't done a stream this long in a very long time. It's been a minute. Thankfully, it will not go to 11 hours, because as soon as these credits are done and I see what awaits us at the end, that's where I'm going to call it a session. But this was truly a wonderful experience. And me and Godjiel, another gamer buddy of mine, we were both looking forward to this game for I don't know how many months. We would check in on new information, have entire discussions about the history of Final Fantasy. And Godjiel is a far bigger Final Fantasy fan than I am. He's played more games than I've even referenced. And he knows the ins and outs of them. He can call back to his days of playing Final Fantasy X or even all other games. And it's just amazing that we got to share this hype, this hope that this was going to be a fantastic Final Fantasy game. And not only that, but that this was a step in the right direction, because people were saying like the fact that it wasn't turn-based was actually an issue. But what me and Godjiel surmised was pretty much that in order for a series to continue to be relevant in the industry of games, one must be willing to accept change. And the change of the gameplay going more action RPG or action style rather than the traditional turn-based, I feel is a good step in the right direction for Final Fantasy, because that means that you can do more than just turn-based gameplay for an entire series. Another game I brought up was Suicide's Kill the Justice League, which is kind of in the same boat. A lot of people for that game were expecting yet another Batman game, but in order for a game series to continue to have relevancy and to still have fresh new ideas, you gotta be willing to change, because there's only so much people can take of the same exact thing over and over and over again before it starts to get stale. And thankfully, Final Fantasy has just changed that in order to, say, hey, we're still here and we are still making good games. And Final Fantasy 16 is definitely one of those good games. Going back to Suicide Squad, can't wait to play that in February, because it was supposed to come out in May, but they delayed it all the way until next year, which I'm okay with. More time meant to polish that game, the better. But games need to adapt. Games need to accept brand new, fresh change if they don't want to wind up being like Madden or NBA 2K or any other game out there that's basically the same thing over and over, and yet expecting people to continuously buy it over and over. Sometimes change is good. And Final Fantasy 16, in line with how it basically just changed all of its gameplay and how it approaches a Final Fantasy game, it pretty much just ushered that in. And I am eternally grateful to have had this moment, all these streams, all these moments of me enjoying my time with this game and enjoying it with you, Kitty, CDES, Psycho, sometimes Gajiel, unless he sees something that he hasn't approached in his game because he's playing this game too, but I think I finished the game before he did. Every single person that came here to enjoy this session, this whole series of me playing through one of the biggest games of this year, I just want to say thank you. It's been an honor. It's been a pleasure. And I can think of nothing more than just how grateful I am to be in the position I am, where I can do this sort of thing all the time.
Oh. Every time.
Will you light it?
Yes, Mother. Come on. If only I had the flames of an icon.
Icon? Have you been reading that silly story again? Magic belongs in fairy tales, and fairy tales don't boil kettles. You see? Well done. Now, be a good lad, and play with your brother until supper.
Come on, hurry! Hurry! All right. Right, let's play the Saint in the Secretary. No, I don't want to be Madu. What do you want to play then? War of the
Final Fantasy, Joshua Rossfield.
Right. If I get to be a freak. Right, I'm the older brother. Because Bahamut says so.
Wow, we must be far into the future, where everything that Clive and everyone did is basically folklore. But where one journey ends, Falling Star, fulfill a legacy. Create game clear data. Yep, I'm gonna create a brand new one up here because there's still back to their origin complete. Because there's still things I need to do in my previous file, such as last bounties and clear out some trophies, but there it is. There's my clear data. And if I come out here and go to the hub, go to the main board, 75 hours worth of time. New Game Plus. New Game Plus is now available from the title screen. This option allows you to start a new game with player and item data carried over from a previously completed playthrough. The gameplay mode Final Fantasy is also available for use exclusively with New Game Plus. Final Fantasy mode. The Final Fantasy gameplay mode offers the following: increased enemy strength, an increased level cap to level 100, new gear and items, and mode-exclusive content. This mode is recommended for players who wish to test their limits. And there you have it. I did it. We're done. We've played Final Fantasy XVI. And the next game I'll be playing on the channel probably won't drop until sometime in August, but I'll be a lot more freer to do earlier streams due to the fact that I will be done with my One Piece read-through in early August as well. So for the rest of July, I'm just going to kick back and relax just a little bit. I'll probably have an occasional stream here and there, but not as adamant as my Final Fantasy playthrough as I have been. But thank you, everybody. As I close out this stream, I say to all of you, it has been an immense honor and privilege to be your entertainer. Because I love to do this. This is my calling, this is my gifting, this is my talent, and I'm glad I got to share it with all of you. Hope you all enjoyed. Can't wait to see you all in my next video. And if you enjoyed what you saw here today, then please like, subscribe, and share the stream with everyone you know, because the more the merrier. And because I am always looking forward to entertaining you. So have a fantastic day. And once again, as always, later, peoples. You know, you try to be slick and try to end it correctly, and I got the wrong thumbnail here at the end. It would be me that does that.